Tonight, we step into the world of true camping spooky stories. Accounts pulled from the wild places where the line between nature and nightmare is paper thin. Every sound, every shadow, every echo might be something reaching back. So settle in, keep your eyes sharp, and your fire brighter than the dark around you. Because once the stories begin, you may find they follow you home. My name is Carter Holloway. I have spent the greater part of my life guiding others into the wilderness. Some men are born with a taste for comfort, for towns with paved streets, the certainty of grocery stores, and the softness of a mattress. I was not made in that mold. My upbringing on the edge of Montana's backcountry taught me that silence is louder than any city street, that the smell of pine sap clings longer than perfume, and that survival is never guaranteed, no matter how experienced you are. For 27 years I have guided hunters into the ranges where the ground buckles with rock, the wind strips flesh of its warmth, and the only law is whether you keep your footing or tumble to your death. Of all the places I have led men, none has unsettled me as deeply as the Bitterroot Range. It was late October when the job came. The trees were half stripped of their gold, and the mornings bit with frost that crept into the seams of boots and stiffened gloves. I was hired by 3 men from out of state, moneyed fellows from the Midwest who came west every few years to collect their trophies. Their names were Randall, Pierce, and Dalton. They dressed in high-end camouflage fresh from catalogs, rifles polished so clean I could see the clouds reflected along their barrels. They were proud, eager, and utterly unprepared. That was my role, to keep them alive long enough to carry something home. We began our ascent into the Bitterroots before dawn, headlamps bobbing across the trail. The earth crunched beneath our boots, brittle leaves collapsing into powder. We followed sign I had scouted days prior, fresh tracks of mule deer pressed deep into damp soil, scat still steaming when I'd found it. The men laughed quietly, full of anticipation. Pierce asked what size rack we might find, and Randall speculated loudly about mounting it above his fireplace. Dalton said little, keeping his gaze low, but his breathing carried an edge of nerves. I told them all the same thing I tell every client: hunt with respect, because the woods will not suffer arrogance. They nodded but did not listen. Few ever do. As the sky paled toward gray, we reached a ridge that gave us a long view down into a narrow valley where mist gathered in pockets, caught in hollows between firs. I held up my hand, signaling for silence, and crouched low to study the ground. The tracks cut sharply toward the brush, multiple deer moving together. The hunters' excitement swelled behind me, their boots scuffing rocks despite my signal. I set my jaw and led them off trail. The deeper we pressed, the thicker the silence became. Even the usual chatter of jays and chickadees dulled until it was only our breathing and the snap of twigs underfoot. I kept glancing at the tracks, noting the stride, the weight, the freshness. They were leading us somewhere close. When we reached a thicket, I motioned for the men to ready themselves. We crouched, breaths held, hearts stuttering with anticipation. Through the branches I saw movement, a flash of hide, the twitch of an ear. The hunters raised their rifles, each barrel shaking slightly. Then the deer turned toward us. What I saw froze me colder than the frost underfoot. The animal's eyes were not the liquid brown or startled black of a deer's. They were human. Wide, gray-rimmed, filled with an uncanny awareness. They fixed on us with recognition, not animal skittishness. For the first time in my guiding life, I felt my stomach hollow. I whispered for the men to lower their rifles. Randall hissed a question at me, but I shook my head violently. The deer, if deer it still was, blinked slowly, and I swear its lips curled into the suggestion of a smile before it slipped back into the mist. We remained crouched there for a long time. The hunters muttered uneasily, trying to convince themselves they had misseen. Dalton crossed himself under his breath. I did not speak of what I had seen, because naming it would make it real, and I was not ready for that. Instead, I urged them to continue, guiding them along the line of tracks, though my hands had begun to sweat despite the cold. Each step deeper into the valley thickened the air with a strange weight, as if the forest pressed close, listening. Hours passed. We glimpsed shapes between trees, fleeting movement, antlers cutting briefly through fog. Each time we prepared for a shot, the creatures would turn and their eyes, those impossible eyes, would catch ours. Sometimes blue, sometimes green, sometimes dark as coal, always human, always watching. The men grew restless, whispering theories, but none of their words held conviction. The forest was playing with us. By late afternoon, we made camp near a creek. I built a fire while the others muttered among themselves. When flame finally licked high, the men spoke louder, as if heat granted them bravery. Randall insisted the light had tricked us, that moisture in the air distorted reflection. Pierce claimed it was some disease, though he offered no name. Dalton said nothing, his hands trembling as he cleaned his rifle. I listened without joining. In my bones, I knew what we had seen was not trick or sickness. The woods do not lie, they show you exactly what they mean, whether you can bear it or not. Night dropped quickly, as it does in the mountains. The fire became our only island of light. Around us, darkness pooled thick as tar, swallowing every tree until even the creek sounded distant. We ate in silence, each man chewing without appetite. Then came the sound, a shuffle at the edge of firelight. Not the careless step of animal, but the deliberate shift of something balancing on 2 feet. We froze, all spoons half raised. Slowly, eyes turned outward. Between the trees, faint glimmers caught the firelight, reflections. Pairs of them, dozens, watching us from every angle. The hunters swore softly, hands grasping at rifles, but I hissed for them to stay still. My own hand hovered near the hatchet at my belt. The eyes did not blink, they did not waver. They hung in the dark like lanterns, circling closer. Randall, panicked, lifted his rifle. I grabbed the barrel and shoved it downward before he could fire. My whisper cut like a blade, "Do not shoot." His face twisted in fury and fear, but he obeyed. For the moment, the eyes remained patient, almost curious. Then, one by one, they vanished into the trees until only darkness remained. The forest exhaled, and the sound of the creek returned. That night, sleep refused me. Every gust of wind became a footstep, every pop of the fire a gunshot. I lay awake, staring at the shifting shadows, listening for breaths not our own. Sometime past midnight, when the men finally snored, I heard something else. A low murmur, words carried by no voice I knew. They floated from the brush, too faint to decipher, yet heavy with intent. My skin prickled, my chest tightening. I clutched my hatchet and whispered into the dark, not to them but to myself, "You have to get them out." When dawn came, the fire smoldered low. The men stirred, groggy mutter about bad dreams. I said nothing of the whispers, but when I walked to the creek for water, I found tracks pressed into the mud. Not deer, not elk. Bare human feet, narrow and pale, leading away into the valley. The prints stopped abruptly at the tree line, as if the walkers had vanished into air. I returned with water and told the hunters we were cutting the trip short. They protested, Randall loudest, Pierce angriest. But one look at my face shut them up. I was not a man given to fear, and they knew it. Dalton looked almost relieved. We packed quickly, each of us avoiding the shadows between trees, eyes darting to catch movement that may or may not have been there. The forest followed us with silence. Still, we were not free. On the climb back toward the ridge, Pierce stumbled and cursed. I turned to help him and froze. Beyond his shoulder, half hidden in mist, stood one of the creatures. It wore the shape of a deer, antlers branching like blackened trees, but its face was a boy's no older than 15. The lips parted as if to speak. Before sound could reach us, Randall fired. The gunshot split the air, echoing off stone. The thing collapsed, or seemed to, but when we rushed forward the space was empty. No blood, no body. Only churned leaves where hooves or feet had been. The mist folded back, swallowing all trace. Randall's hands shook around his rifle. Pierce began to shout, demanding answers I did not have. Dalton only stared, pale as bone. That was the moment I knew something in the bitter roots had seen us, chosen us, and we would not leave untouched. The silence after the gunshot was worse than the sound itself. The echo died in the canyons, swallowed by fog, leaving us standing with our hearts slamming against our ribs. I stared at the churned leaves where the creature had stood, expecting blood, bones. something to mark that Randall's bullet had met its target. But there was nothing. Only emptiness, like the forest itself had erased the evidence before we arrived. Randall insisted he had hit it clean, swearing on his children's names. Pierce barked back that he had shot at missed, that he had wasted a bullet and possibly alerted every bear for miles. Dalton said nothing, but his lips trembled as though he was on the verge of prayer again. I should have spoken calm, should have guided them back to order, but I could not shake the vision of that face. The antlers were real, the hide was real, but the boy's eyes, that was no trick of light. Something was watching us in borrowed skin. I told them to move. My voice sounded strange to my own ears, hoarse and low, as if I had aged decades in a night. We continued up the ridge, but every few steps I felt it, the sensation of being followed, as if our little group was prey being toyed with. The hunters no longer bragged or speculated about trophies. They kept their rifles drawn, eyes darting to every shadow. The fog did not lift with the morning as it should have. Instead, it thickened, clinging low to the earth, threading around our ankles. Each time I checked the tracks we followed, I found not deer but more of those barefoot human prints, some small as a child's, others wide as a grown man's. They wandered across the trail in ways that made no sense, sometimes doubling back, sometimes circling trees as though dancing. Once, I found two sets pressed together heel to heel, as if the owners had stood facing opposite directions but joined at the soles. The sight of it hollowed me out. Pierce spotted it too and demanded I explain. I told him the ground was soft and deceptive, but the lie dried on my tongue even as I said it. His narrowed eyes told me he didn't believe me. Neither did I. By midday our water had dwindled, and we stopped at a narrow stream trickling down the slope. Dalton knelt to fill his canteen when his hand froze in the current. He looked up at me, and his face was bloodless. "It's warm," he whispered. I crouched beside him, dipped my hand in, and he was right. The stream, born from snowmelt, ran tepid as bathwater. The taste was wrong too, metallic as if it carried iron. Randall spat it out with a curse, and Pierce refused to drink. Thirsty as I was, I only let it wet my lips. Something in me recoiled from swallowing. Dalton, trembling, drank deep anyway, muttering about needing strength. We marched on slower now, nerves unraveling. The fog played tricks, revealing shapes that vanished when approached. Once, I glimpsed what looked like a woman in a white shift standing between two trees. When I blinked, she was gone, and only bark and shadow remained. Randall began to mutter to himself, perhaps trying to steady his courage. Pierce cursed at everything. The trail, the cold, the wasted time. Dalton trailed behind, silent, moving like a man half asleep. When the sun should have been dipping low, I realized we were lost. My compass needle quivered strangely, trembling between directions as though it too were afraid to decide. I tried landmarks, ridgelines I knew from years of guiding, but each time I thought I had my bearing, the forest shifted. Rocks I recognized appeared twice. Trees I marked with my knife vanished. I had led men through blizzards, through mazes of canyons and forests, but never had I doubted myself like this. It was as if the bitter roots were folding over us, changing behind our backs. We made camp in a hollow where the ground was damp and the trees leaned inward. The men were too wary to protest. I lit a fire, coaxing sparks with practiced hands, though the wood hissed like it didn't want to burn. The smoke curled oddly, sinking low instead of rising. It hung around us like a wall. Randall spoke first once food was cooking. What the hell was that thing? His voice cracked, betraying the fear behind his bravado. Pierce scoffed, though it was hollow. A trick of the eyes. Some malformed elk. Randall snapped back that no elk looked like a boy. Dalton finally spoke, voice dull. It looked at us like it knew our names. None of us argued with him. That night, we tried to sleep. I lay on my side, hatchet close, rifle propped against a log. The fire had burned low, and the smoke made my eyes water. I dozed and woke, each time convinced someone was standing at the edge of camp. Once I heard Randall whimper in his sleep. Another time, Pierce jerked awake, swearing he'd felt a hand brush his leg. I rose, checked the perimeter, and found nothing. Near dawn, I opened my eyes to the sound of footsteps. Soft, deliberate, circling our camp. My heart clenched as I sat up slowly. Shapes moved just beyond the smoke. I caught glimpses of antlers, of long limbs bending wrong, of pale faces peering through branches. I gripped my hatchet so tightly the handle creaked. Then, faint as a sigh, came a voice, high, childlike, yet echoing from all directions at once. "Carter." My blood turned to ice. The men still slept. Only I heard it. I shut my eyes and forced myself not to answer. When morning came, Dalton was gone. We searched the hollow, calling his name until our throats burned. His bedroll lay empty, his rifle still propped beside it. Only his canteen was missing. I found footprints leading away, barefoot again, overlapping his own boots. The tracks twisted into the fog until they disappeared altogether. Randall swore he'd heard nothing in the night. Pierce accused me of negligence, his panic spilling into rage. I did not tell them the truth that Dalton had not walked away alone. He had been called. We argued about whether to follow. Randall insisted we had to find him. Pierce snarled that Dalton was as good as dead and we should save ourselves. I stood between them, torn, because guiding men was my duty, but survival was my instinct. Before I could choose, the forest chose for us. A scream ripped through the trees. Dalton's voice shrill, cracking into silence. We bolted toward it, crashing through brush, rifles clutched tight. The sound had come from everywhere and nowhere. We reached a small clearing, breath ragged, hearts hammering. At the center stood Dalton's canteen, upright on the ground as if carefully placed. Randall lunged for it, but I grabbed his arm. The metal was hot, steaming in the cold morning. Too hot to touch. That broke something in us. Randall shook me off, shouting nonsense, firing his rifle into the trees. Pierce cursed him, trying to wrestle the gun away. I bellowed at them both to stop before they drew every creature down upon us. The air grew thick with dread, and then we heard it, laughter. Soft at first, then swelling, echoing across the clearing. It was Dalton's voice, unmistakable, yet wrong. It came from the trees, from the ground, from the fog itself. It laughed until it choked into a sob, then fell silent. Randall fell to his knees, whispering that we were damned. Pierce demanded we keep moving. I felt something staring from the tree line, and knew if we stayed another moment we would not leave. I hauled them both to their feet, and we stumbled away, directionless, deeper into a wilderness that had swallowed the man we'd lost. The day blurred into a haze of fear. We wandered, searching for trail, for ridgeline, for anything familiar, but the bitterroots had become a labyrinth. The trees looked older here, bark black and twisted, roots clutching at the soil like claws. We passed a massive pine carved with lines that spiraled upward in jagged patterns. Randall swore he saw names in the carving, whispering them under his breath, though I saw only lines. His eyes looked feverish, too bright. Pierce muttered threats at the forest as though intimidation could shield him. I kept us moving, though my compass now spun without pause, trembling like a trapped insect. By late day, Randall's pace faltered. He stumbled often, clutching his side. When I went to steady him, I caught a glimpse of his skin under his shirt. It shimmered faintly, as if light from the fog itself had embedded in his flesh. I pulled his shirt down, pretending I'd seen nothing. He did not notice, eyes unfocused, lips mumbling prayers to no God I knew. That evening we camped again, though I knew sleep would not come. Randall collapsed instantly, twitching in dreams. Pierce paced like a caged animal, refusing food, muttering about abandoning us both. I sat by the fire, staring at the blackness beyond, and thought of Dalton's laughter echoing where his body should have been. I thought of the boy-faced deer, of the prints in the mud, of the voice that had spoken my name. The forest wanted something from us, from me. In the distance, something cried out. Not Dalton, not an animal. It was low, guttural, a sound like stone grinding on stone. Randall jerked awake, Pierce froze mid-step. The cry repeated, closer this time, and my hands tightened around the hatchet. The forest shuddered with it, branches quivering though no wind blew. I realized then that we were not simply lost. We had been drawn here, led into a place where rules did not apply, where the hunt had been reversed, and the night had only just begun. The cry faded, but it left the forest trembling. I sat frozen, hatchet clenched, waiting for it to come again. Pierce swore under his breath, pacing like a cornered wolf. Randall shook in his bedroll, sweat gleaming even in the cold. The fire hissed and spat, but the light felt small, fragile, against the weight of a dark pressing close. I had led men through storms, through avalanches, even through grizzlies' territory, but I had never felt the earth itself recoil like this, as though it did not want us anymore. The cry came again, this time behind us. Then another echoed ahead, then to the left, to the right, circling, multiplying. It was not one creature, it was many. Randall whimpered, clutching his rifle like a child holds a toy. Pierce snapped at him to shut up. I told them both to douse the fire, but they looked at me as if I'd asked them to cut their own throats. Fire meant safety to them. To me it meant we were lanterns in the dark, beacons calling them closer. Then, between cries, came footsteps. Slow, heavy, intent a stumble of prey, but the stalk of something that knew it was already victorious. The shadows beyond the smoke shifted, and I saw them, pairs of eyes, dozens of them, gleaming pale and unblinking. Some low to the ground, some high in the trees, some at the level of our own. They were ringed around us, watching. The cry came again, closer now, and the ground seemed to vibrate beneath it. Randall broke first. He bolted to his feet, firing wildly into the trees. The shots cracked like thunder, muzzle flashes lighting the mist, but he hit nothing. The eyes did not blink. They only leaned closer. Pierce lunged at him, screaming that he'd kill us all. The two grappled, rifles tangling, firelight glinting off steel and sweat. I threw myself between them, shoving them apart, but their fear had turned to madness. They were beyond reason. Behind them, I saw the eyes vanish, only to reappear closer, narrowing the circle. I hissed at them both to run. My voice cut through their fury, enough to jolt them back to the danger around us. We grabbed what little we could, packs, rifles, the still, burning brands from the fire, and fled. The forest swallowed us, branches whipping our faces, roots clawing at our boots. Behind us, the cries multiplied, layered, chasing, hurting. The fog thickened until the trees blurred into shifting shapes. My lungs burned, legs trembling, but fear carried me forward. We stumbled into a ravine, half sliding down loose rock. Randall fell hard, his scream echoing as he tumbled. When I reached him, his ankle jutted at an angle no bone should. He writhed, clutching it, teeth bared in pain. Pierce wanted to leave him. I refused. I slung Randall's arm over my shoulder, dragging him upright. His weight slowed me, but leaving him behind would mean feeding him to whatever hunted us, and I would not carry that. The ravine funneled us into a hollow, where the fog parted just enough to reveal an old structure crouched among the pines. A cabin, if it could be called that. The logs sagged, roof caved in places, windows gaping dark like sockets. Moss and lichen claimed its bones, but it was shelter. We stumbled inside, dragging Randall with us. The air was stale, thick with rot, but the walls gave us at least the illusion of safety. We barred the door with a broken beam and collapsed against the walls, gasping. The cries outside slowed. The eyes did not follow us in. I thought, for a moment, that we had escaped. But then Randall began to moan, not from his ankle, but from something deeper. He tugged at his shirt, clawing at his skin. When I pulled his hands back, I saw it. His chest glowing faintly beneath the flesh, veins lit with a pale light like embers buried under ash. His eyes fluttered, and when they opened, they were no longer his own. They were wide, pale, and far too knowing. Pierce stumbled back, swearing. I pressed Randall down, shouting his name, but the sound that answered was not his voice. It was layered, old and young, male and female, speaking all at once. "You should not have come here." The words rattled the cabin walls. My blood turned cold. Randall's body convulsed, foam spilling from his lips. Then he went still, eyes wide open, glowing faintly in the dark. The glow dimmed until nothing remained but emptiness. We sat in silence, Pierce and I, staring at his body. Neither of us moved for what felt like hours. When the first knock came at the cabin wall, I nearly screamed. A soft tapping, like knuckles rapping wood. Then another at the opposite wall. Then at the door. Light footsteps padded across the roof. The cabin became a drum, surrounded by the sound of knocking, scratching, circling. Pierce clutched his rifle, eyes wild. I whispered for him not to fire, not to give them reason, though reason had left us long ago. The knocking stopped all at once. Silence pressed down heavier than before. Then a voice spoke from the window, clear as day. Dalton's voice. "Carpenter, it's me." My stomach dropped. Pierce lifted his rifle, pointing at the window, but I shoved the barrel aside. The voice came again, softer, pleading. "Please, I'm cold. Let me in." I wanted to believe it, wanted to think Dalton had somehow escaped. But when I looked to the window, I saw only fog, and within it, the faint outline of antlers. We did not sleep that night. We sat, backs against the wall, eyes fixed on the dark. Randall's body lay stiff between us, and I thought I saw it twitch more than once, though I told myself it was only nerves. Pierce muttered curses until his voice went hoarse. I simply listened, every sense straining. Near dawn, the fog pressed against the window, thick and white, and within it faces swam. Dozens of them, men, women, children, all pale, all wide-eyed, staring at us. Their lips moved, but no sound came. I shut my eyes and whispered a prayer I did not believe in. When the light finally broke, if it could be called light, Pierce snapped. He threw the bar from the door and staggered outside, rifle raised, shouting challenges into the mist. I lunged to stop him, but he was gone. His voice echoed, fading quickly into distance, then silence. Only silence. I waited for the gunshots, for the screams. None came, only the forest breathing, slow and patient. I was alone. Randall's body lay at my feet, eyes still open, lips parted as if about to speak. I could not stay there. I shouldered my pack, gripped my hatchet, and stepped into the fog. It swallowed me whole. The cabin vanishing behind as though it had never existed. I walked without direction, without hope, only the instinct to keep moving. The fog shifted around me, revealing shapes that might have been trees, might have been something else. My compass still spun uselessly, needle trembling in circles. Hours or days passed. Time lost meaning. Sometimes I heard footsteps behind me, perfectly in sync with my own. Sometimes I saw movement ahead, antlers vanishing into the mist. Once I caught my reflection in a pool of water, but it was not my reflection. The face that stared back had wide, pale eyes, and its lips curled into a smile I did not make. I smashed the water with my boot and kept walking. Eventually, the fog thinned. Sunlight pierced through, golden and warm, and I stumbled into a clearing I recognized. The trail, the same ridge where we had first seen the deer. Relief hit me so hard I nearly collapsed. I followed the trail down, every step lighter, though my legs trembled with exhaustion. By dusk, I saw the valley below, smoke rising from a cabin I knew. Civilization, safety, salvation. But as I descended, I heard it. Footsteps steady behind me. I turned, and there they were. A deer stood on the ridge, watching me, antlers spread wide, hide dark with shadow. Its eyes were not animal eyes. They were Dalton's. They blinked once, slow, deliberate. Then another deer stepped beside it, and another. Faces I knew. Randall, Pierce. Others I did not. All staring, all smiling faintly. They did not follow. They only watched as I stumbled down the trail, their eyes burning holes in my back. I reached the cabin by nightfall, collapsed at the threshold, and was carried inside by people whose voices I barely registered. They asked what had happened, where the others were, why I was alone. I tried to speak, but my throat closed. I said only this: "Don't follow the deer." It was all I could manage before darkness claimed me. I woke days later in a bed, fever burning through me, memories gnawing at my skull. They told me I had raved in my sleep, whispering names of men who were missing. Search parties went into the Bitterroots. They found nothing. No bodies, no tracks, no sign we had ever been there. The men I guided are still listed as vanished. I am alive. At least, that is what I tell myself. But sometimes, when night falls and the woods outside my window grow still, I see them at the edge of the tree line, pale eyes glimmering in the dark, antlers catching the moonlight, watching, waiting. And when I blink, they are gone. Yet the silence they leave behind is worse than their presence. I fear one day I will walk into those woods again, not by choice but by call. I fear when that day comes I will not return, because the Bitterroots do not let go. They only wait for you to realize that you were theirs all along. My name is Silas Keene, and I have lived most of my life guiding men through the long ridges and hollows of the Blue Ridge Mountains. The forest has always been my livelihood and my measure of peace, though there are days when I believe it watches me as much as I watch it. I am 47 years old, and by trade, I am a hunting guide. Men from the lowlands pay me to lead them where deer are thick, where the ground dips into mossy bowls that shelter game, where the old trails carry the smell of antler and hide. I have learned to read the woods the way another man might read the words on a page. Every crackle of branch, every sudden silence, every angle of a track speaks to me. It was this skill that brought me to the job in question, a trip that even now I cannot speak of without a chill that goes deeper than bone. The father's name was Robert Langley, a man of 60 or so with silver hair, strong shoulders, and a quiet way of speaking that reminded me of men raised hard by land and time. His son, Thomas, was 15. I had guided fathers and sons before, but rarely did I see such a closeness. Robert treated the boy less like a child and more like a partner in some long journey. Thomas carried his own pack, his own rifle, and though his steps were clumsy on the stones at first, he was eager to learn. We began our trek early in the morning, mist still drifting low across the valley floor. The air was sharp with autumn, the kind that sets a man's lungs alight and makes the leaves burn red and gold on the slopes. We followed a logging road until it dwindled into nothing more than a game trail, narrow and overrun with laurel. My plan was to lead them high on the ridge, then down into a basin where deer sign was heavy. It was country I knew well, or thought I did. The first day passed without anything strange. We hiked, we rested by a spring, we spoke in low tones. Robert had that look men sometimes get when they come to the mountains, a look of longing, as if they hoped to touch something eternal in the trees and rock. Thomas was talkative, asking me about bears, about panthers, about the way storms roll sudden through the hollows. He asked if I believed in ghosts. I smiled and told him the mountains are old enough to carry the weight of many stories, but a hunter cannot fill his head with shadows. He seemed disappointed with my answer, though he said nothing more. That evening we made camp beside a creek. The water rushed cold and fast, the sound steady enough to quiet the thoughts that drift when night comes. We built a small fire, cooked beans and venison jerky, and Robert shared a flask with me while Thomas leaned back against his bedroll, watching sparks drift up into the branches. Nothing unusual, only the contentment of men at rest after hard walking. It was the second day when unease began. We had risen before dawn to get into position near a stand of oaks where deer often passed. The world was gray and silent but for the stir of wind. The three of us crouched at the tree line, rifles ready. A buck moved through, antlers heavy, its breath white in the morning air. Robert raised his rifle, steady, the boy beside him watching closely. The crack of the shot rang across the basin, and then came the sound that made my heart clench. The echo returned, but not in the way echoes should. Instead of one report rebounding among the ridges, 3 voices answered. They did not carry the sound of gunpowder at all, but the rhythm of speech, 3 separate tones, drawn out and distorted as if men had been hiding among the hills, repeating the blast in their own throats. Robert lowered his rifle, confused. Thomas looked at me, eyes wide. I whispered for them to stay still, though my voice shook more than I liked. I have heard echoes roll in strange ways before, but never did they split into words. Never did they carry inflection. These were not sounds born of rock. They were voices unfamiliar, speaking a language the wind seemed to swallow before we could make sense of it. The buck did not fall. It vanished between the trees as though the forest had taken it back. For a long while we remained frozen, listening. The mountain gave nothing more. No birds, no squirrels, only the rush of blood in my ears. At last Robert cleared his throat and said, "Strange echo. Must be the hollows." His words were steady, though I saw the tightness in his jaw. Thomas whispered, "That wasn't an echo." We moved camp deeper that day, though I took us off the route I had planned. My feet did not want to follow the ridge any longer. I led us down into lower ground, toward familiar streams and coves, places where I thought the world might feel right again. But the forest did not ease. The silence held. Every branch we broke sounded like a warning. That night we tried to rest near a grove of pines. The firelight licked at the needles, making the shadows stretch tall and thin. Robert sat polishing his rifle, but his eyes kept drifting into the dark. Thomas lay restless, asking questions in a whisper. Had I ever heard such things before? Did I think people lived out here unseen? Did I believe the mountain itself could talk? I gave him no answer worth comfort. I told him to sleep. I did not sleep myself. Sometime near midnight, while the fire had burned low, I heard movement beyond the pines. Not the cautious tread of deer or the padding of fox, but steps heavy and deliberate. I rose, hand on the rifle at my side, and peered into the dark. The shapes of trunks blurred together. For a moment I thought I saw figures, 3, standing apart but facing us. I blinked and the night swallowed them. The steps retreated slow, as though whoever walked wanted us to hear. Then silence again. I did not wake Robert or Thomas. I could not find words that would not betray my fear. I sat awake until the first light of dawn, watching the forest breathe in and out, waiting for the moment when something might cross into our circle of fire. Morning brought no relief. The boy's face was pale, his eyes rimmed with sleeplessness. Robert asked if I had heard anything, and I lied. I said the night was quiet, though the lie tasted bitter. We moved again, keeping to ridges less traveled, aiming toward a small cabin I knew of where we might spend the night. The trail bent and curved, the ground damp with fallen leaves. Around noon, Thomas stumbled and nearly fell. When I reached to help him, I saw the ground beneath his boot was marked not with his track, but with prints that had been there long before us. 3 sets, side by side. Bare feet wide, pressed deep as though by great weight. I told myself men might have walked there months ago, though the leaves that covered the prints were crisp and dry, not matted with age. I urged us onward, quickening the pace, though I felt Robert's eyes on me, questioning the unease in my stride. By the time we reached the cabin, a small weather-beaten place hunters sometimes used, the sun had dropped low. We built a fire inside, barred the door, and tried to laugh at the strangeness of echoes, at the tricks mountains play. But in the marrow of my bones I knew the truth. The Blue Ridge had answered us, and the voices were not done. The fire inside the cabin crackled but did little to warm us. The walls were old pine logs, fitted rough, and through the cracks I felt the night breathing. The air outside pressed close, carrying a stillness that should not have been. A forest at night is alive with voices. Owls, coyotes, raccoons scurrying. That night the silence was so deep I thought the wood of the cabin itself was listening. Robert sat on a stool cleaning his rifle again. His hands moved steady, but his eyes were far away, fixed on the small square window where blackness leaned against the glass. Thomas lay in his bedroll, the boy's face pale with exhaustion, but his eyes refused to shut. He kept glancing at me, then at the door, as if expecting it to swing inward at any moment. I tried to keep calm for their sake. I spoke of deer patterns, of weather, of small things to occupy the mind, but my words fell hollow in the cabin. They were swallowed almost before I finished them. Near midnight, the fire sagged into embers. I reached for more wood, and that was when it began again. A sound came faint, rising through the floorboards. At first I thought it was the timbers creaking with the cold, but it grew, layering upon itself. Voices, 3 of them, low measured, like men speaking beneath the earth. Thomas sat bolt upright. Robert froze, cloth stilling on the rifle barrel. We listened, breath held. The words were not ours. They rolled together in a rhythm too deliberate to be chants. A chant, maybe, or names, repeated again and again in a tongue that pressed against the inside of my skull like pressure in a storm. I motioned for silence. We waited. Then, sudden as it had begun, the voices stopped, the fire popped, sparks leaping, and Robert muttered, "Accuse," nothing more. But I saw his hands tremble as he fitted the rifle back together. We slept in shifts, though none of us truly rested. Each time I drifted close to sleep, the scrape of a branch or the shift of wind pulled me upright again. And once in the haze between waking and dreaming, I swore I heard the boy's name. Thomas, whispered just outside the cabin wall. Morning came pale and thin, as though the sun itself had lost its strength. We stepped outside into a fog so heavy it smothered the trees. Shapes swam in the mist, each one more like a figure than a trunk. My stomach turned, I suggested we break camp and head back toward the logging road. Robert agreed without argument. The boy said nothing, but he shouldered his pack as though eager to be gone. We walked in silence, the mist trailing us like a second skin. Every so often I heard the crunch of footsteps that did not belong to us. I would stop, turn, scan the fog, nothing. Then, as soon as we began again, the sound returned. By midday we reached a clearing, an old meadow where the grass had grown high and brittle. We stopped for water. I crouched to check the ground and felt my throat tighten. There, pressed into the earth, were 3 more prints. Bare, wide, deep, and each pointed not away from us but toward where we had come, as though something had been following since the cabin. I told Robert we needed to keep moving. His jaw worked, but he nodded. Thomas looked as though he might cry, though he bit his lip and kept walking. The trail wound upward, skirting the ridge. The mist finally thinned, but the silence remained. And then the sound broke it, the sharp crack of a rifle behind us. We spun, rifles lifted, hearts pounding. But the sound that followed was worse. The echo came drawn out, and again it split into 3 voices. Not shots, words. This time I understood. They called my name. Silas. The boy clutched his father's sleeve. Robert's face hardened, but his eyes burned with fear. We're leaving, I said. Now, we ran. Packs heavy, rifles clutched. We stumbled down the ridge as though chased by fire. The forest grew darker, though the sky was still pale. My lungs burned, my legs screamed, but the sound followed us. The rhythm of steps, always 3, pacing just beyond sight. By late afternoon, we reached another creek. I knew if we followed it east, it would lead back toward the road. Relief swelled, faint but real. I knelt to drink, the cold water biting my throat. Thomas splashed his face. Shivering, Robert checked the tree line, rifle raised. That was when the voices came again. Not far, not muffled, but clear across the water. Silas, Robert, Thomas. One name for each of us, spoken in tones that mocked our own voices. I cannot explain the terror of hearing yourself called from the woods. When you know you have not spoken. Thomas broke then. He screamed and stumbled back, dropping his canteen. Robert caught him, held him tight, whispering that it was fine, that it was nothing. But his eyes found mine, and I saw he did not believe a word of it. We followed the creek until darkness forced us to stop. I wanted to push through, but it was too dangerous. We made a fire, small and hidden, and sat close together. No one spoke much. The fire's glow painted our faces hollow. Sometime in the dead hours, Thomas stirred. I thought he was dreaming until he sat upright, eyes open, staring into the dark. "Do you hear it?" he whispered. I strained. At first there was nothing, then a faint murmur, rising and falling. The same chant we had heard in the cabin. But this time it was closer, threading through the trees just beyond the firelight. I put a hand on the boy's shoulder. "Don't listen." But he was trembling. His lips moved, repeating the sounds under his breath as though he understood them. Robert pulled him close, whispering sharp, desperate words I could not hear. I stood, rifle ready, and watched the tree line. Shadows swayed there, 3 of them, tall and wrong in their motion, not bending as branches should. I raised the rifle. My finger pressed the trigger. The shadows vanished. The chant stopped. The forest collapsed back into silence, heavier than before. I did not sleep again. When dawn finally came, the boy looked hollow-eyed, his face drawn. Robert's hands shook as he repacked his rifle. We were men worn thin, though the worst was yet to come. We set out again, following the creek, but the land had shifted. I swear it. I had walked those ridges my whole life, knew every bend of stone and run of water, but the creek no longer flowed as it should. It curved back on itself, leading us in circles, always to the same clearing where the grass lay trampled with 3 sets of bare prints. By the 3rd time we returned to that place, Robert cursed and threw a stone. Thomas wept openly, and I, though I did not speak it aloud, felt the weight of doom pressing down. The mountain was not letting us go. The clearing where we kept returning had grown unbearable to look upon. Each time the creek bent us back there, the prints seemed fresher, as though weight had only just pressed them down. Always 3 side by side, long and wide like the feet of men stripped of flesh. By the 3rd time I stopped trying to explain it away. The land itself had turned traitor. Robert's face was red with anger and exhaustion. He stood in the clearing, fists clenched, muttering curses that sounded too much like prayers. Thomas crouched nearby, head in his hands, whispering words I could not catch. The boy's lips moved in the rhythm of that chant we had heard, the one that kept threading the edges of our nights. I wanted to shake him, to break whatever spell was seeping into his bones, but I did not dare touch him. "Silas," Robert said at last, his voice cracking. "You know these woods. Tell me there's a way out." I opened my mouth to answer, but the woods spoke before I could. Silas, Robert, Thomas. The three voices rolled across the clearing, clear and close, like men standing just behind the tree line. Each voice matched our own, twisted, drawn out, as if mocking our very breath. Robert raised his rifle and fired into the trees. The shot cracked, echoing up the ridge, and the echoes returned in chorus, threefold louder than before. "Robert, Robert, Robert." The sound pushed into my skull, rattling my teeth. Thomas clapped his hands over his ears and screamed. I grabbed Robert's arm. "Stop, you're feeding it free." But he did not fire again. He stood shaking, teeth clenched, staring at the wall of trees as if daring them to split open. We fled the clearing, stumbling through brush and briar, forcing the land to yield beneath our feet. I no longer cared for trail or creek. I led them by instinct, by desperation, pushing east toward what I prayed was the road. The sun sank behind us, light bleeding away. Every step was haunted by the cadence of three voices whispering our names. When night fell, we had no choice but to stop. Our bodies would not carry us farther. We built no fire, for fear of drawing attention. We sat in the dark, breathing hard, ears straining. Hours passed. I thought perhaps we would endure until dawn. But then Thomas stood. He rose without a word, his face slack, eyes unfocused. He turned toward the trees and began to walk. "Thomas," Robert hissed, lunging for him. He caught the boy's arm. But Thomas fought with a strength that was not his own. He thrashed, clawed, kicked, his mouth spilling those same guttural syllables. I joined Robert, and together we held him down, but the boy convulsed, froth at his lips. The voices swelled all around us, chanting in unison, pressing like a tide. My heart pounded so hard I thought it might break. Then, in the space between one breath and the next, the voices stopped. Thomas went limp, eyes fluttering. He whispered, in a voice too deep to be his own, "You cannot leave." I recoiled as if burned. Robert clutched the boy, rocking him, whispering frantic words. We did not sleep. We sat through the night, rifles across our knees, waiting for whatever would come. But nothing came, only silence, cruel and endless. At dawn, Thomas woke weak but calm, as if nothing had happened. He looked at me, and for a moment I swore his eyes were not his own. They were older, clouded, and they watched me with recognition I did not understand. Then he blinked, and they were only the boys again. We moved on. The forest bent against us, but we kept walking, kept pushing. Hunger gnawed at us, thirst clawed our throats, but fear drove us faster than need could slow. By afternoon the trees thinned, and I thought I saw the line of the logging road ahead. Hope surged, hot, blinding, but the voices rose once more, this time from the ground itself. Silas, Robert, Thomas. The earth vibrated under our boots. The trees shook though no wind stirred. The road shimmered like heat, twisting. For a moment, I saw three figures standing upon it, tall, gaunt, faceless, but each bearing the outline of a man. We froze. Robert raised his rifle but could not fire. Thomas clutched his father's coat, whispering the chant under his breath, as if answering some call. I forced myself forward. Step by step, I walked toward the road. My body screamed to stop, but I kept on, refusing to let the mountain turn me again. The figures did not move. They stood as shadows against the gray sky, watching. I did not blink. I walked until the ground beneath my boots hardened into gravel, until the trees gave way. I turned back. Robert and Thomas followed, pale and trembling, but alive. When we reached the road proper, the figures were gone. The voices faded. The mountain exhaled, and the silence broke with the cry of a distant hawk. We did not speak as we followed the road down. Each step away from the ridge felt like peeling free from a snare. At last, hours later, we reached the old truck I had left at the trailhead. Robert gripped my arm. His eyes were red, his face lined with grief I did not understand. He said only, "We won't speak of this." Thomas said nothing. He sat in the truck bed, staring back at the mountains as though waiting for something to follow. I drove them down to the valley. At their farm, Robert shook my hand hard, holding longer than a farewell required. He whispered, "Thank you," though his eyes said something else. "We are marked." I never guided another hunt in those ridges. Years have passed, but still I hear it when I close my eyes, the crack of a rifle splitting the dawn, and the echo that comes not as sound but as voices. 3 of them, always 3, and sometimes, walking the edges of town, I hear my name whispered in the wind. My name is Adrian Mercer, and I have chosen to recount this experience with deliberate care. I am aware that stories of the wilderness often blur the line between truth and imagination, yet every word I write is as I lived it. The events unfolded when I was 28 years old, during a camping trip that was intended as a retreat into solitude and ended as something else entirely. I feel compelled to begin by explaining that I have camped since childhood. Raised in the Appalachian region by parents who believed the forest was both a teacher and a sanctuary, I carried with me a respect for the land, an understanding of its dangers, and the practical knowledge necessary to survive. None of that prepared me for what happened in the Monongahela National Forest, where the boundaries between natural and unnatural became frighteningly thin. The trip began without foreboding. I had driven from Charleston, following winding mountain roads until pavement gave way to gravel. It was late September, the season when the canopy shifts into copper, amber, and crimson. The air was thin with the bite of early frost, yet still warm enough in daylight to travel comfortably with a light pack. I had chosen a section of forest far from popular trails. My plan was simple: 3 nights alone, with time to write, reflect, and allow silence to press its shape around me. I parked at a small pool, often hiked until the vehicle was gone from view, until even the distant hum of engines faded, leaving only the dry percussion of leaves beneath my boots. I had sought solitude, and I found it easily. The first day passed in peace. I set camp beside a narrow creek, pitching my tent in a hollow between 2 sycamores. Their pale trunks stretched skyward like columns, mottled bark catching light in a patchwork of gray and white. I gathered water, filtered it, cooked a simple meal, and allowed dusk to creep in without unease. Night arrived as a cloak of stillness, pierced by crickets and the distant calls of barred owls. I remember lying awake and savoring the sound, the sense of being folded into something larger than myself. Nothing seemed out of place. It was the second day when subtler details began to emerge, details I initially dismissed as tricks of attention. It began with echoes. Mid-morning, I had crossed a shallow ravine where stone walls rose on either side. Out of idle curiosity, I called out my own name, Adrian, letting the sound leap across stone. The echo returned, delayed as expected, but not quite as expected. The syllables stretched longer, rasping as though filtered through a throat not my own. I stood still, listening, then called again, louder. "Adrian!" This time the return arrived quicker, closer, and the tone unmistakably lower than mine. It resembled my voice, yet carried an age to it, as though my future self had answered. The air tightened in my chest. I told myself it was the shape of the canyon, an acoustic distortion, nothing more. But I did not call out again. When I left the ravine, the forest seemed altered. Shadows lingered longer beneath the hemlocks. My compass needle jittered though the day was calm, and when I paused to eat, I had the peculiar sense of being observed. Still, no creature revealed itself. The woods remained empty in sight, though never in feeling. I pressed onward, marking trees with subtle notches to guide my return. By late afternoon, I reached a ridge with a view over endless ridges rolling like waves of dark velvet. I should have felt triumphant. Instead, the thought came unbidden: if I vanished here, who would ever know? The forest could swallow me whole, and no trace would be left. That thought stayed with me longer than it should have. I returned to camp before dusk, and here the strangeness deepened. The sycamore nearest my tent had changed. Its bark, which the night before had flaked in random patterns, now peeled into curves and hollows that resembled a grin. I do not write that lightly. The natural splits of the bark had aligned into the crude likeness of teeth, rows upon rows chewing on curls of gray wood. I approached and touched the surface, half expecting the tree to recoil. It did not. Yet chips of bark fell in fragments, as though gnawed by unseen jaws. I withdrew my hand quickly, unsettled. That night, I tried to sleep, but rest was fractured. Every time my eyes closed, I dreamt of the sycamore, its trunk bending toward me, the grin widening, the sound of chewing filling the hollow. I woke several times, the air cold enough that breath fogged inside the tent. At one point I sat up and listened. The forest was silent, too silent. No owls, no crickets, only the faint pop of cooling wood from my fire's remains. Then, faintly, from the direction of the creek, came the sound of my own voice. Not words, but the rhythm of my speech, as though a recording of me had been played in the distance. My stomach clenched. I forced myself not to answer, not to call back, though every instinct screamed that someone, or something, was luring me. Dawn eventually came, colorless and flat, the forest damp with mist. I emerged to find that during the night, bark fragments had scattered in a ring around my tent, as though arranged deliberately. Each chip bore tiny grooves, indentations like tooth marks. I broke camp swiftly, more than ready to move deeper into the forest, where the sycamore would be out of sight. Yet as I packed, I realized an uncomfortable fact. I had not made those bark fragments into a circle, nor had I slept so heavily as to miss such activity. Something had been near me while I lay defenseless. I pressed on that day with increasing urgency. My notches on the trees remained visible, proof I was not wandering in circles, yet the land seemed to resist my progress. The ridges folded back on themselves. The creek split and rejoined. The sun never seemed to rise high enough to guide me. Around midday, exhaustion forced me to pause. I sat on a fallen log, unwrapped a meal, and tried to steady my thoughts. It was then I noticed the air carried no birdsong. No wings flickered through branches. No squirrels darted across leaves. The forest was alive with trees, but devoid of its smaller voices. And beneath the hush, I swore I could hear the faint rasp of chewing, steady, rhythmic, as though wood itself were being consumed. I rose without finishing my food, shoulders tense, heart hammering. I could not tell whether the sound came from within the trees, or from something that used the trees as its disguise. My instincts screamed to keep moving. The forest, once sanctuary, had become a mouth, and I was walking deeper into its throat. The forest pressed closer the farther I walked, and though I tried to measure distance by the hour, time dissolved into a blur of damp leaves and restless silence. My boots sank into patches of moss that felt too soft, as if the earth beneath had been hollowed out. Every now and then, I stopped and leaned against a tree, only to recoil at the sensation that its bark was warmer than it should have been, like flesh breathing through wood. The chewing sound followed me, sometimes distant, sometimes near, never constant to locate, yet persistent enough that I could not dismiss it as imagination. It had become the rhythm of the forest itself, a metronome of unease. By midday, clouds had gathered, heavy with the promise of rain. The canopy thickened, and the sky became a dim shroud, robbing me of direction. I checked my compass again. The needle jittered wildly, refusing to settle. It spun briefly, then quivered, then pointed, not north, but directly back the way I had come. A chill moved through me. I rotated in a circle, and no matter how I turned, the needle resisted true north, always tugging me toward the direction of my first campsite. I closed it and stuffed it into my pocket, preferring no guidance at all to one that led me backward. I pressed forward until my thighs burned from climbing ridges slick with damp leaves. I told myself I would stop when I reached a clearing, but the forest allowed none. It stretched endlessly, crowded and identical, until I began to suspect I had passed the same twisted oak more than once. My notches on trees had vanished, or else I was too disoriented to locate them. Panic fluttered in my chest. I forced my breathing slow, but the chewing sound grew louder whenever fear spiked, as though it fed on the quickening of my pulse. Late afternoon, I stumbled upon a hollow that should not have existed. It was a depression in the earth, ringed with sycamores, their trunks pale as bones. The ground inside had been scraped bare, the soil churned into dark mud, despite no sign of rain. I stood at its edge, transfixed, until I noticed patterns carved into the mud itself, grooves, arcs, and swirls, resembling the marks left by teeth dragged across soft ground. They formed no words I recognized, yet the arrangement seemed deliberate. My scalp prickled. I knew instinctively that if I stepped into that hollow, I would not step out unchanged. I backed away, careful not to disturb the outer ring of bark fragments scattered there like an invitation. The forest thickened as twilight bled through. I had no choice but to pitch camp again, though every instinct screamed against it. I found a rise beside a cluster of pines, far from any sycamore, and forced myself into routine tent, fire food. The motion steadied me, yet dread thickened with the dark. When I crouched to strike flint against steel, sparks leapt upward as usual, but each refused to catch. They drifted into the air instead, glowing embers rising higher like fireflies, spiraling in strange formations before winking out. I tried again and again. No flame held. The wood was dry, my hands steady, yet the fire would not exist here. At last I gave up, wrapped myself in my sleeping bag, and waited inside the tent as the night closed in. Hours passed, or perhaps minutes. It was impossible to tell. The chewing resumed, close enough that it seemed to circle my tent. I pressed my palms against the fabric, listening. Then came a new sound, my own voice, calling softly, "Adrian." The syllables lingered like mist. I clenched my jaw, refusing to answer. The voice repeated, older, rougher. So close it might have been whispered directly into my ear. "Adrian." The tent walls trembled as though things brushed against them from outside, moving around me in slow arcs. I clutched the knife I always kept near my sleeping bag, though I knew steel would do nothing against a thing that could wear my voice like a mask. At some point, I must have slept, though the dreams were jagged. I saw trees bending inward, branches braiding themselves into rib cages. I saw the sycamore grin widen, teeth snapping bark into splinters. I saw myself standing outside the tent, though I was inside, my double grinning with gums black as rot. When dawn finally came, gray and pale, I unzipped the tent with trembling hands. On the ground outside, arranged carefully in a spiral, lay dozens of bark chips. Each bore grooves that formed letters this time. My name spelled over and over. Adrian. Adrian. I scattered them with a boot, my breath ragged. I had planned 3 nights in this forest. This was the second. But already I knew I would not stay for the third. I packed in haste, leaving scraps of gear behind, too heavy to carry. My only thought was escape. Yet the forest resisted. Trails curved where they should have run straight. Ravines appeared where none had been. Twice I returned to the same hollow of sycamores, though I had walked in opposite directions. Both times the mud had been freshly scored with new grooves, as though something had dragged teeth across the earth during the night. The second time I stumbled there, I saw movement. At first I thought it wind, but the air was still. A figure stood at the far side of the hollow, half hidden among trunks. It was shaped like me, my height, my frame, even the tilt of my shoulders. But its outline wavered as though seen through warped glass. I froze, unable to call out. It did not move closer, nor retreat. It only lifted one hand and curled its fingers, beckoning. My stomach knotted. I turned and fled without looking back, thrashing through undergrowth, branches lashing my face. My lungs burned, but the forest never thinned, and still the chewing followed, slow and steady, like footsteps pacing me. By late afternoon, rain finally came. It began as mist, then thickened into sheets that soaked their fabric and plastered my hair. Relief flooded me at first. Perhaps rain would cleanse whatever clung to this place. But as water drummed on leaves, I realized the chewing did not fade. It grew louder, masked but not silenced, as though the sound did not belong to the air at all. Worse, the rain revealed patterns I had missed before. On tree trunks, water traced lines where bark had been gnawed away, revealing pale wood beneath. The marks formed crude grins everywhere, dozens of trees baring teeth at once. Drenched, exhausted, and half mad with fear, I set camp again, only because my legs refused to carry me further. I chose a slope overlooking a ravine, praying the rain would conceal me. I did not try to make fire. I did not eat. I only lay inside my tent, shivering, listening. Thunder rolled once, twice, but always lingered too long, as though it echoed between ridges. In each lull, the chewing resumed, now accompanied by the rasp of my own name. Adrian. Sometimes older, sometimes younger, sometimes so close it brushed against my ear. I bit down on a cry, tasting blood. If I screamed, I feared the forest would swallow me whole. Sleep came in fragments, broken by visions of teeth grinding bark into pulp. When I opened my eyes again, the tent glowed faintly with dawn. Relief surged through me, but it was brief. On the inside-outside brick, pressed from outside by some unseen hand, were grooves. Deep, deliberate scratches spelling 3 words Stoitus. My breath hitched. I did not wait to gather everything. I tore down the tent, stuffed what I could into my pack, and left behind the rest. My only thought was escape, but the forest had other designs. Paths folded, echoes returned wrong, and always the chewing followed, closer, steadier, unrelenting. I staggered through the morning mist as though drunk, my legs wooden, my thoughts frayed to threads. The scratches on the tent still burned in my mind. Stoitus, a command, not a plea. Every instinct inside me screamed against it. Yet the forest closed its jaws, tighter the farther I tried to flee. The air grew heavy, dense as wet cloth, and even my breath felt borrowed, measured out in stingy portions by something unseen. By midday, exhaustion had hollowed me. I paused against a tree to rest, but the bark seared my palm. I snatched my hand away and found pale slivers embedded in my skin, as though I had pressed against teeth rather than wood. Panic surged, but there was nowhere to channel it. I stumbled onward, each step weighted by the sense that the land was guiding me, not the other way around. Paths funneled into one another, leading me not outward but deeper, always deeper. The chewing followed. It no longer sounded like wood alone. Wetness had crept into it. A sucking gnash, saliva where there should have been sap. And beneath the chewing came faint murmurs, tones that mimicked my voice, but multiplied. Sometimes younger, sometimes older, sometimes fractured into whispers so layered they became a chorus. They spoke no words I could name, only the rhythm of my speech, twisted back at me like a mirror cracked into 100 fragments. Near evening, the forest spat me back into the sycamore hollow. I collapsed at its rim, staring into the churned mud below. The grooves were sharper now, deeper, and they resolved into shapes unmistakable faces, crude but human, each with mouths peeled wide in grins. In the center of the hollow lay a figure. For a terrible moment I thought it was a body, but then it moved, slowly as if stretching limbs long unused. My breath froze. The figure rose to its knees, and even at a distance I recognized it. It was me. I wanted to deny it, but every detail was exact. The slope of my shoulders, the scars on my forearm, even the way my hair plastered wet against my face. Yet the skin was wrong, bark pale and ridged, as though wood had grown in place of flesh. Its mouth opened in a wide grin, rows of bark-colored teeth chewing rhythmically. No sound came out at first, but then, rasping and cracked, it spoke. Adrian. My legs obeyed before my mind caught up. I ran. Branches clawed at my arms, tearing fabric, drawing blood. The forest bent inward, trunks leaning like spectators. I crashed through briars, half blind, heart drumming so hard, I thought it might splinter my ribs. Behind me came footsteps, not rushed but steady. Each crunch of leaves echoed the chewing rhythm, patient, unhurried, as though it already knew I could not escape. Darkness thickened faster than it should. I lost the sun entirely, though no clouds remained. Shadows folded over me until the world shrank to the circle of ground beneath my boots. My flashlight, when I dared switch it on, flickered weakly, its beam swallowed by the trees. Still I pressed forward, refusing to stop, until the ground tilted downward into a ravine. My ankle twisted on slick stone. Pain flared, and I tumbled hard, rolling through leaves until I slammed against a fallen trunk. For a long while I lay stunned, chest, heavy rain dripping from branches overhead. Then I realized the trunk beneath my hands was not dead wood. It was warm. I jerked back and saw grooves running along its length, not from decay but from gnawing. The pattern was unmistakable, rows of teeth marks. The log trembled beneath my gaze, as though some vast jawline had only just released it. I pushed away, scrambling to my feet. My ankle screamed, but adrenaline numbed me enough to limp onward. I knew then I would not last much longer. Either I would collapse and the forest would take me, or I would find a way out before night closed completely. I fixed on one rule I had clung to since childhood: rivers lead to people. With what strength remained, I angled downhill, praying to hear water. Hours blurred. At last, faint beneath the chewing chorus, I heard it, the rush of a stream. Desperation carried me forward until I broke into a clearing where moonlight silvered a wide creek. Relief nearly dropped me to my knees. If I followed it, perhaps it would lead to a road, a camp, some sign of humanity. I staggered along the bank, too wary to notice at first that the water did not flow naturally. It ran in stops and starts, jerking forward, as though pulled by unseen gulps. The surface rippled not with current, but with the rhythm of chewing. I froze, heart seizing. Reflected in the creek was not my face, but dozens of them, each twisted into grins, each chewing silently. The reflections did not match the movement of my head. They chewed in unison, teeth grinding bark into pulp. My stomach lurched. I staggered back, but the creek widened, its bank splitting open like jaws. I fell to my knees, hands clawing earth, and the sound roared. Chewing, chewing, chewing until it filled every part of me. I do not remember how I escaped. My mind fractured into gaps. One moment the creek yawned open. The next I was stumbling across a fire road, headlights blinding me. A ranger's truck screeched to a halt, and voices shouted, hands pulling me upright. I tried to speak, to explain, but only one word tore from my throat, raw and broken. Chewing. They said I had been gone 4 days. My car was still parked at the trailhead, untouched. I was dehydrated, bruised, my ankles swollen yet otherwise alive. No one found my campsite. No one found the hollow with its carved mud. When rangers searched the area, they reported nothing unusual. No sycamores in clusters, no bark fragments arranged in spirals. Only the normal forest, indifferent and unchanged. I tried to argue, to insist, but their eyes told me they did not believe. Weeks have passed since then. My body has healed, but the forest has not released me. At night, when I close my eyes, I hear the chewing. It rattles in my jaw, grinds behind my ears, echoes from the walls as though the room itself has teeth. Sometimes I wake to find bark fragments scattered across my floor, grooves carved with my name. Adrian. Adrian. I sweep them away, but they return. And sometimes, in the mirror, I see my reflection lag. Just a fraction too slow, its grin stretching wider than mine. I do not go into the woods anymore. Yet the woods have followed me. I know the truth. I was never meant to escape. The forest does not let go. It only waits. And sooner or later, no matter how far I run, I will hear my own voice whisper from the trees, older, raspier, closer, until it isn't an echo anymore. My name is Miriam Voss, and I must begin this account with the clarity that formality demands, for the events I am about to describe remain etched into my mind with a precision that resists forgetting. I am a guide, licensed in Alaska, trained in wilderness survival, familiar with the cartography of rivers and ridgelines, and accustomed to leading others safely into places where weather, terrain, and solitude test the limits of human endurance. My livelihood, and at times my pride, has been bound to this vocation. For over a decade, I have taken groups into the backcountry, sometimes for scientific survey, sometimes for recreation, and occasionally for those who sought only to test themselves against the silence. I have been called competent, responsible, and resilient. Yet none of those qualities prepared me for what occurred during my last guided trip, when I agreed to lead a small group of 4 clients deep into an untouched corner of the Alaskan wilderness. They were strangers to me when I met them, though I had been briefed on the essentials of their request: an 8-day trek through a stretch of remote territory along the southern edge of the Alaska Range, far from the well-trod routes and familiar trails. My task was to carry maps, compass, satellite communication, and knowledge to ensure they reached their destination safely. At least that is what I believed the arrangement to be. The group consisted of 2 men and 2 women, all in their late 30s or early 40s, each appearing fit enough, with gear that suggested preparation rather than recklessness. They offered only the names they wanted me to use: Daniel, Claire, Martin, and Elise. The lack of surnames unsettled me at first, but I dismissed it as eccentricity. The first day passed without incident. The river we followed was swollen with spring melt, and the terrain was boggy in places, but the weather held steady. They were quiet hikers, speaking little, yet they kept pace without complaint. I noted, however, how intently they watched one another, as if their awareness of the group outweighed their awareness of the land. When night came, we made camp beneath spruce trees, the air sharp but calm. I lit a fire, the flames clawing at the dark, and watched their faces in the glow. I am practiced at reading those I guide. Fear shows itself early in the wilderness, and arrogance just as quickly. But I could not place them. Their expressions remained impassive, as though they had rehearsed their stillness. It was the second morning when I first felt that something was wrong. Dawn arrived pale and thin, with frost etching the moss, and as I rose from my sleeping bag, I noticed their breath hanging visibly in the air. That in itself was not unusual. The morning was cold enough to see condensation. Yet what I saw was not condensation alone. They had already been awake, standing together in a loose half-circle, speaking in low voices, their breath forming pale clouds in the air. When they saw me emerge, they fell silent. A moment later, they broke apart as if nothing had transpired. Hours later, after we had broken camp and moved deeper into the backcountry, I passed by the place where they had stood. To my astonishment, faint shapes of vapor lingered still, suspended in the air as though frozen in place. Breath that should have dissipated minutes after exhalation hung there, ghost-like against the dawn. I said nothing. To speak of it would have demanded an explanation, and I was not prepared for what that explanation might be. Instead, I kept my attention on the trail, leading them through alder thickets and across shifting river stones. They followed without question, but I felt their eyes on me, as though my role as guide mattered less than my role as witness. That night, around the fire, I listened as they conversed softly among themselves. Their words were indistinct, but their tones carried weight, a cadence I could not quite identify. It was not any language I recognized, though at moments I thought I heard fragments of English woven in, broken phrases that slipped away before I could grasp them. Their faces remained calm, but their eyes reflected the fire strangely, catching the flames in a way that seemed too bright, too deliberate. I slept uneasily, waking often to check the fire, to confirm their silhouettes remained in their sleeping bags. Each time I woke, I saw the faint trail of their breath rising, luminous even in the darkness. On the 4th day, the weather shifted. A storm crept over the mountains, wind scarring the ridgelines, snow falling heavy though it was late spring. The land grew unfamiliar even to me, though I had studied it carefully. My compass faltered, spinning once before settling, as though reluctant to tell me the truth. We pressed on, visibility dwindling. At one point, Daniel walked beside me and asked, in a voice calm and precise, "Do you ever feel the land remembers us?" I answered without thought, "The land remembers everything." He smiled faintly, and I understood that he had expected that answer. By evening, the storm broke, leaving the world hushed beneath a blanket of white. We made camp at the edge of a frozen lake, its surface cracked with veins of black water. I built a fire, my hands stiff, and when I looked up, I saw them standing again in their half-circle, exhaling mist that clung to the air. I approached, though my instinct warned me against it. The vapor was tangible this time, thicker, almost material. I lifted a hand toward it and felt cold resistance, as if touching the surface of ice. Their eyes met mine, and for the first time since our journey began, Elise spoke directly to me. "You will see it too," she said. Her words were not a threat, nor a promise. They were a certainty. That night, I dreamt of breath filling the air like fog, shaping itself into forms that watched me from the edges of the firelight. When I woke, the dream did not dissolve. Pale mist still hovered around the camp, though no one stirred. I rose quietly, stepping between the tents, and saw that their sleeping bags were empty. Panic rose in me. 4 clients missing in the Alaskan backcountry is no small matter. It is the kind of disaster that ends careers or lives. I called their names, my voice harsh in the silence, but no answer came. The forest around me held only the whisper of wind through branches. I searched along the lake's edge, across the clearing, through the nearby trees. Hours passed, my fear sharpening into dread. At last, I stumbled back toward camp, exhausted, and that was when I saw it. Their breath lingered in the air above their sleeping bags, pale clouds suspended, as though their bodies had only just exhaled. Yet the bags themselves were empty, flattened beneath the weight of nothing. The vapor hung there, proof of presence without presence, and I stood frozen. Unable to comprehend how such a thing could be, I told myself they had gone ahead, that perhaps they wandered from camp, that I would find them on the trail. Yet my rational mind could not explain why their breath still lingered, defiant against the laws of nature. The mist followed me as I moved, curling faintly in the air, as if bound to the memory of their bodies. I remained there through the day, unwilling to leave, fearing that if I abandoned the site I would never understand what had taken place. As night fell once more, I sat beside the fire, and in the shifting glow, I thought I saw shapes within the vapor, outlines of faces, pale eyes staring, lips moving soundlessly. I did not sleep. I could not. The wilderness had always been harsh but honest, a realm of weather and stone and animal hunger. Yet this was something else, something that lingered not in the ground or sky, but in the breath itself, in the essence of those who had once drawn air into their lungs. When dawn came, I faced a decision. To turn back meant safety, though I would never know what had become of them. To continue forward meant risk, perhaps ruin, but also the possibility of understanding. Against all instinct, I chose the latter. I gathered my pack, doused the fire, and stepped into the frozen morning. Their breath still hung in the air behind me, a silent testimony that they had been here. And so I walked deeper into the wilderness, alone but not unaccompanied, for the mist seemed to follow, drifting at the edges of my vision. With each step I felt the weight of unseen eyes upon me, and I knew the land was not finished with me yet. The morning carried no birdsong, no sound but the crunch of my boots against the snow, crusted ground, and the faint hiss of wind across the frozen lake. As I left the camp behind, I kept glancing back at the suspended vapor drifting above the abandoned sleeping bags. It had thinned but had not vanished, like stubborn smoke refusing to be scattered. Every instinct screamed at me to take it as a warning, a boundary not to be crossed. Yet the compulsion to move forward pulled harder than the fear to retreat. I told myself it was duty, that a guide cannot abandon her clients without proof of their fate. But deeper inside, I knew it was more than duty. Something in the mist wanted me to follow, and I, against reason, obeyed. The land grew wilder with each mile. Birch and spruce thickened around me, their trunks ribbed with frost, their shadows long even when the sun managed to break through the haze. The trail dissolved beneath snowfall, so I navigated by compass and intuition, though the needle quivered strangely, as if uncertain which direction deserved to be called north. At times I caught sight of movement in the trees, white flickers that might have been drifting snow, or might have been something else entirely. Whenever I stopped to look, the world stilled with me. Only when I resumed walking did the sense of being followed return. By mid-afternoon, hunger gnawed at me, but my stomach turned against food. I forced down dried meat, swallowing without taste. The air itself felt heavy, filling my lungs with cold that lingered too long. Each exhalation formed a cloud before my face, yet even as I walked on, I noticed the shapes remained behind, hanging where I had breathed them, faint and spectral. My own breath had begun to act like theirs. Fear pressed against me then, colder than the wind. I quickened my pace, though to what destination I could not say. The terrain sloped downward into a valley, where a narrow river wound black and half frozen. As I descended, the mist grew thicker, not only from my lungs but rising from the ground itself, as though the earth exhaled with me. The silence pressed harder until even the sound of water seemed muffled. I reached the riverbank at dusk, Ice creaked faintly across its surface, fractured veins gleaming in the dim light. I crouched to fill my bottle, but as I bent down, I froze. Reflected in the water beside my face were four figures standing directly behind me. My pulse surged. I spun around. Nothing, only trees and snow, shadows stretching long. But when I turned back to the water, the reflections remained. Daniel, Claire, Martin, and Elise stared at me through the dark glass of the river, their expressions solemn, breath misting the surface though they had no bodies to cast. Their lips moved, forming words I could not hear. Then the ice cracked sharply, breaking their faces apart, and the current carried them away. I fell back onto the snow, trembling. Rational thought tried to steady me. It was exhaustion, stress, hunger, hallucination brought on by cold. Yet rational thought had no power over the weight of what I had seen. The wilderness has a way of stripping lies from the mind. Out here, one does not mistake dream for waking without consequence. I pressed on after darkness fell, guided by the faint gleam of moonlight breaking through cloud. I should have made camp, but I could not bear to stop. The forest closed tighter, branches clawing overhead, the path narrowing until it felt like a tunnel carved by unseen hands. My breath came in shallow bursts, each cloud hanging in the air behind me like a breadcrumb trail no living creature could follow. At one point, I heard footsteps matching my own, just out of rhythm, crunching snow a half beat after each of my steps. I turned sharply, lantern raised, but nothing stood there, only the ghostly line of my own vapor drifting between the trees. Near midnight, exhaustion broke me. I stumbled into a clearing, knees buckling, and dropped my pack. I built a fire with trembling hands, sparks rising to vanish into the fog that clung low over the ground. I sat close to the flames, clutching my knees, staring at the shadows. For a long time, nothing moved. Then, faintly, voices began. They rose not from the forest, but from the mist itself, surrounding me in a whispering circle. My name came first, spoken in Daniel's voice, Miriam. Then Claire, you see it now. Then Martin, the land remembers. Finally Elise, calm and cold, breathe, and you will follow. I shouted into the night, demanding answers, demanding to know where they had gone. My words echoed strangely, not bouncing off trees but sinking into the vapor, as though the air itself swallowed them whole. The whispers did not reply, but they did not leave either. They lingered until sleep claimed me in a sudden, crushing wave, as if the wilderness itself had pulled me under. When I woke, the fire was cold. Gray dawn seeped into the clearing, and snowflakes drifted steadily down. My pack lay beside me, half open, though I did not remember touching it. The contents were arranged neatly on the ground: compass, map, knife, food rope, laid out as if for inspection. And beside them, 4 long indentations in the snow, like where bodies had lain. Not recently, but as though the snow had remembered their shapes. I gathered my gear with shaking hands, refusing to let my mind linger. I forced myself back onto my feet, trudging onward through drifts that swallowed my boots. The valley rose again into steep ridges, and as I climbed, fatigue sank deeper, muscles burning, lungs raw from the frozen air. Yet even as I gasped, the mist of my breath did not dissipate. It thickened behind me, hanging in strands like cobwebs, tethering me to the forest. By midday I reached a ridgeline overlooking a basin. Below lay a vast expanse of trees, their crowns shrouded in pale fog that curled and coiled as though alive. My compass spun freely now, no longer pretending to choose a direction. I clenched it in my hand until my knuckles whitened, then shoved it back into my pocket. The land was no longer to be navigated by instruments. It demanded something else. I descended into the basin reluctantly, every step heavier than the last. The mist swallowed me quickly, erasing the horizon, muting the world into gray. And then the forest grew strange. Trunks twisted into shapes resembling ribs and spines. Branches bent into arches that reminded me of doorways. I knew I had crossed into a place where maps meant nothing. The whispers returned, closer now, threading through the fog. At times I thought they came from my left, then my right, but when I turned there was only mist. Yet words became clearer, fragments stitched together from their voices. The air keeps us. The land holds us. You breathe and you belong. I quickened my pace, though to where I could not say. My panic grew, but with it came a terrible familiarity. The longer I stayed in that basin, the more it felt as though I had walked it before, not once but many times. Memories stirred, unbidden. Nights guiding other groups, faces I could no longer picture. Laughter around fires long since extinguished. Had they all left their breath behind, just as Daniel and the others had? Was I walking through a graveyard made of vapor and air? Dread hollowed me. I stumbled onward until the fog broke suddenly into a small glade. At its center stood a cairn of stones waist high, carefully stacked. Frost glazed the rocks, and across them lay streaks of frozen condensation, as though breath itself had crystallized there. I approached slowly, compelled. On the topmost stone, a thin sheen of ice reflected my face, but not my face alone. 4 others appeared beside me, watching. My chest tightened, and I realized I was holding my breath. Instinct screamed that to exhale here was to surrender something I could never reclaim. My lungs burned, demanding release, but I clamped my jaw shut, staggering back from the cairn. The faces faded from the ice, and the whispering around me rose into a low chorus. I fled. My boots struck snow with desperate rhythm, my vision blurred, and the fog pursued like a tide. I do not know how long I ran. Minutes, hours, perhaps more. When at last I collapsed, chest heaving, I was alone again. The mist thinned. The forest returned to something resembling ordinary woods. My breath still hung faintly, but no longer as solid as before. I curled against a tree, shivering uncontrollably, forcing myself to believe I had escaped the basin. Yet even as exhaustion dragged at me, I knew I had not truly escaped. The wilderness had marked me, and every breath I exhaled proved it. That night I lit no fire. I lay in darkness, staring upward through branches, watching my own breath gather above me, twisting slowly as though shaping itself into something almost human. And as sleep edged closer, I heard Elise's voice, clear and cold as ice, whispering directly in my ear, "You are one of us now." I awoke to silence so complete it felt carved, not natural. No wind rattled the branches, no distant groan of ice along the rivers. Even the soft fall of snow had ceased. I lay still, listening, lungs tight. The faint haze of my own breath hovered above me like a shroud. I thought of Elise's words, "You are one of us now," and the terror of it pressed against my ribs like something alive inside me. I rose slowly, stiff with cold, and shouldered my pack. The woods were pale with morning light, but not warm. Light here carried no comfort. My compass was useless, spinning in tiny spasms, a nervous heart caught in metal. I shoved it deep into my pocket and told myself that forward, whichever way I chose, was the only direction left. The air grew heavier with each step. The mist no longer lingered only behind me. It pressed ahead, curling between trunks, guiding me. At times I thought I walked of my own accord. At others I felt tugged, like a marionette bound by invisible cords. My legs obeyed, though I hated each step. By midday the trees thinned and the land opened into a hollow. Snow lay untouched, flawless, as though no creature had ever crossed it. At the far side rose a cliff of dark stone, sheer and cracked, its face streaked with frozen runoff. And there, carved into the cliffside, was an opening, an unnatural arch, taller than a man, rimmed with ice. Mist spilled from it, thicker than the air outside, pulsing faintly as though the earth itself exhaled through the wound. I should have turned back. Every rational voice screamed to flee, to find the river, to trace it back toward safety. But the thought of safety no longer rang true. It was as though my life before this trek had been a lie, a play acted on a stage while the true world waited here, breathing beneath stone. My feet moved without my consent. I crossed the hollow and entered the arch. The air inside was wet, clinging to my skin, seeping into my clothes. The tunnel sloped downward, walls narrowing. My lantern light trembling across jagged stone. The mist thickened with each step until it obscured my boots. The sound of my breathing echoed back at me, but distorted slower, heavier, not quite mine. The passage opened suddenly into a chamber vast enough that my lantern reached only a fraction of its size. The walls dripped with frost, and in the center rose a column of vapor, twisting upward like a living thing. It pulsed with rhythm, expanding and contracting as though drawing breath. My skin crawled. I knew, without knowing how, that this was what held them. Daniel, Claire, Martin, Elise. Perhaps not their bodies, but what remained of them. And not just them. The air shimmered with countless faces, some fleeting, some distinct, rising from the mist and sinking back in turn. Guides, hikers, wanderers, names lost. Every breath ever left behind. I staggered back, bile rising in my throat. The whisper swelled, not separate voices, but one voice made of many, layered and endless. Breathe, belong, remain. I tried to flee, but the air grew thick, resisting me, pushing against my chest. My lungs ached with the effort to draw in oxygen, and when at last I could not resist, I inhaled deeply. The mist entered me, cold and sharp, filling every hollow. My vision blurred with faces pressed against mine, eyes too close, mouths whispering against my skin. I collapsed to my knees, choking. Through the fog, Elise appeared. Not in flesh, but clear enough I could see the strand of hair loose against her cheek, the pale gleam in her eyes. She reached toward me. Her hand was vapor, yet when it brushed my shoulder, it burned with cold. "It is not death," she said. "It is memory. The land keeps us. We breathe forever." I gasped, fighting to pull free, but my body no longer felt wholly my own. With each exhalation, I felt less of myself leaving and not returning. My breath did not vanish into air. It joined the column, rising upward, woven into the countless others. My panic sharpened. If I remained here, I would become another face, another whisper. Summoning what little I had left, I clawed for my pack. My hand struck metal, the flare gun I carried for emergencies. With shaking fingers, I raised it and fired into the column. The flare burst in searing red, cutting through a vapor with violent light. The chamber blazed, shadows recoiling. The mist shrieked, not sound but a tearing pressure in my skull, and recoiled, unraveling for a heartbeat. I seized that moment. I stumbled toward the tunnel, lungs heaving, dragging air that clawed at me to return. Faces lunged from the vapor, mouths open in silent howls, but the flare's glow seared them back. I ran half-blind, stumbling against stone, until the cold daylight struck my face. I collapsed onto the snow outside the arch, gasping, weeping with the simple fact of air that did not resist me. The mist thinned behind me, retreating into the cave's mouth, though faint tendrils lingered in the hollow. I did not wait to see if it would surge again. I ran. Through trees, across ridges, into valleys. I do not remember the route, only the need to flee. My compass remained useless, but somehow my feet carried me toward familiarity. Rivers I recognized, slopes I had marked before. Days blurred. Hunger clawed at me, cold gnawed my fingers, but still I walked. When at last I stumbled into the cabin of a survey team, a week, perhaps more after I had begun, I was gaunt, delirious, half frozen. They nursed me back with soup and blankets, their faces wary as I tried to speak. My story unraveled in fragments, incoherent. I told them about the breath that lingers, about the mist that remembers. Their expressions hardened with discomfort. One man muttered a prayer, another shook his head. They said little, but I knew they did not believe. Yet sometimes as I warmed my hands by their stove, I saw their breath in the cabin air, white puffs rising, dissolving slowly. Too slowly. I said nothing. I returned from the backcountry with no clients, no proof, only my body thin and hollowed. My license was stripped. Whispers followed me in the small towns, rumors of negligence, failure, madness. I accepted them in silence. How could I argue? To explain the truth would be worse. Now, months later, I still dream of that chamber. I wake with the taste of frost in my mouth, with the weight of voices pressing against my ears. Sometimes I see Daniel's face in the fog of my morning breath, watching. Sometimes Elise's words echo in the hush of my house. You are one of us now. I live far from the ranges now, but it does not matter. The air follows. When I exhale, I watch the mist linger a heartbeat too long, curling into shapes that do not belong to me. I know that one day it will not dissipate at all. One day my breath will hang in the air and remain, even after I am gone. The wilderness does not take life as we imagine. It does not hunger for flesh or blood alone. It remembers through air, holding on to every breath ever drawn, binding them into its endless lungs. I guided them into the backcountry, believing it was my skill that would keep them alive. But the truth is, we are only guests, and the land keeps what it chooses. I cannot escape that truth. I cannot change it. All I can do is breathe, knowing each exhalation carries me closer to belonging to that mist forever. And perhaps, when my body is finally gone, someone will see my breath still hanging in the air and wonder where I went. My name is Declan Rhodes, and I must begin with a confession that is both simple and grave. I never truly believed the old stories about the Rockies, nor the whispered tales of what prowls beneath their peaks. I considered myself a man of steady reason, a guide who had led more than a dozen expeditions across those ranges without incident. Wolves were wolves, bears were bears, and the mountain was simply a mountain. If anything strange lingered in the woods, I had always dismissed it as the invention of a tired hiker's nerves. Yet when I speak now, I do so as someone changed by what I saw, and more damningly, by what I heard. There is no easy way to phrase this without sounding touched in the head, but I know what I witnessed. In the Rockies, under the pale light of a mountain moon, the howls that once promised the familiar cadence of wolves revealed themselves to be something far worse. A pack circled our camp, and when they came into view, they were moving upright, on two legs like men. Only they were not men, not by any measure I have ever known. I remember the day clearly, though I would give anything to forget it. We set out in late September, when the first hints of autumn brush the aspens with gold, and the air turns sharp enough to bite the lungs. My clients were a pair of brothers from Colorado Springs, Reed and Thomas Ellery. Both were in their early 30s. Restless types with money to spare, and the stubborn conviction that a guided trek into the backcountry would prove their mettle. I had dealt with their sort before, men who wanted wilderness without truly respecting what wilderness demands. Still, money is money, and guiding pays no steady wage. I agreed to take them on a 4-day loop through one of my favorite routes, high ridges where the peaks cut into the sky like the spines of sleeping giants. On the first day, the brothers behaved as expected. They joked loudly, argued over who had packed the heavier load, and tramped along the trail with the kind of confidence only possible for men who had never been tested by altitude. I kept my pace steady, neither encouraging nor discouraging their antics. The trail has a way of humbling arrogance, and I knew the mountains would quiet them long before I would have to. By nightfall, when we made camp near a lake whose surface mirrored the stars, their laughter had dimmed to a low murmur. The air was cold enough that our breath drifted like smoke, and I saw the first flicker of unease in their eyes. The Rockies do that. They shrink a man until he feels very small beneath the weight of so much silence. That night passed without incident, though I recall waking once to a distant cry that carried across the lake. It was sharp, high, and mournful, the kind of sound you might attribute to a coyote or lone wolf. I paid it little mind. The Rockies are full of such voices, and most mean nothing to those who know how to listen. What unsettled me, though I did not yet understand it, was the pause that followed. The mountains seemed to hold their breath for a span of minutes afterward, and even the insects fell quiet. I fell back asleep telling myself it was nothing. The second day was more taxing. We pushed higher, winding through switchbacks that carved into slopes thick with spruce. Raid began to lag, his earlier bravado wilted by the thin air. Thomas teased him, but even his words carried less bite. I said little, only reminded them to sip water and keep moving. When we stopped to rest, I studied the tree line. There is a stillness particular to the Rockies in autumn when animals prepare for the coming snow. Yet I could not shake the feeling that the forest was not empty. I caught myself glancing often between the dark spaces among the trunks, searching for movement that never came. Twice I thought I heard branches crack under weight, but each time I saw nothing. Again, I told myself it was deer, perhaps elk shifting unseen. We made camp in a clearing that night, a flat shelf of land ringed with boulders. From there we could see the distant sweep of valleys below, already filling with shadows. The brothers were tired enough to collapse quickly, their conversation little more than grunts as they prepared their bedrolls. I kept the fire alive longer than usual, staring into the flames as the night deepened. It was then that the howling began. At first, I felt no fear. Wolves are not uncommon in that range, and I had heard their calls often enough to find a strange comfort in them. The initial howl rose from far downslope, long and low, answered a moment later by others. The pack was communicating, no doubt coordinating their hunt. I listened with the practiced ear of a guide, noting their distance, gauging whether they would trouble us. Reed stirred in his sleep, mumbling but did not wake. Thomas snored lightly. I was on the verge of letting it lull me when something shifted. The calls overlapped, too close together, and one ended not with the fading cadence of a wolf's throat, but with a jagged note, almost like a man trying to mimic the sound and failing. I sat upright. The fire spat, casting sparks into the dark. My skin prickled with cold, though the flames licked close to my boots. More voices joined in, not just one pack but many, it seemed, circling. And then, amid the chorus, came the unmistakable cadence of footfalls. Heavy, bipedal. They crunched against the dry litter of the forest floor, first in pairs, then in multiples, surrounding the clearing. My breath caught. Wolves do not walk like men, and men do not howl like wolves. Yet here were both woven together into something I could not name. I did not wake the brothers immediately. I sat frozen, listening. The steps came closer, always just beyond the ring of firelight. Shapes shifted at the edges of my vision, dark forms weaving between the trees. I glimpsed shoulders hunched unnaturally forward, arms swinging too long, legs that bent at wrong angles. Their silhouettes were not consistent. One moment they seemed broad and lupine, the next almost human but distorted, as though stretched by unseen hands. The howling rose again, this time so near that the hairs on my neck stood rigid. It carried an echo of language, as if meaning pressed behind the sound, straining to be understood. That was when Reed woke. He sat up with a start, blinking around, his face pale in the firelight. "What the hell is that?" he whispered. I shook my head sharply, finger to my lips. Thomas stirred next, muttering a curse as he realized the noise was no dream. Both looked to me for explanation, but I had none to give. All I could do was keep my eyes fixed on the shadows, praying the fire's glow would hold. The circling continued for what felt like hours. Sometimes the figures drew near enough that I thought I saw eyes catch the flame, gleaming pale, reflecting like an animal's, yet higher than any wolf's gaze should be. Once, a stone rolled into the clearing as if kicked. The sound cracked against the silence, and Reed nearly cried out before I clamped a hand on his shoulder. My heart pounded so fiercely I thought it might give me away. The brothers shook, silent now, their earlier arrogance dissolved into raw fear. Eventually the howls tapered, one by one. The voices retreated downslope, their strange harmony fading into distance. The footsteps receded. We remained motionless long after the last echo died, afraid to believe it truly over. When at last the forest lay quiet again, I stoked the fire higher, unwilling to let darkness claim the clearing. None of us spoke until the first light bled into the sky. The morning brought no comfort. Around the perimeter of camp, I found tracks. Not paw prints, not human boot prints, but something that split the difference in a way that made my stomach twist. The impressions were elongated, with toes spread like a man's, yet tipped with claws that gouged the earth. Some prints ran parallel side by side, as though creatures had walked together. Others overlapped in tight circles, evidence of the pack's movement during the night. Reed and Thomas stared at them, wide-eyed, refusing to step closer. I crouched to examine them, though every instinct screamed to leave them alone. They were fresh, deep, pressed by weight that suggested something far stronger than either wolf or man. When I looked up, the brothers waited for me to offer reason. I could not. All I said was, "We'll break camp." Now, we set out in haste, packs half-tied, fire barely smothered. The trail ahead seemed narrower than before, the trees crowding closer, their branches forming shadows that never quite aligned with the sun. Reed muttered continuously under his breath, prayers or curses I could not tell. Thomas kept glancing behind, as though expecting pursuit. For my part, I forced us onward, heart clenched tight, every sound magnified in my ears. The mountains were not silent anymore. They whispered, Reed breathed, each noise reminding me of the shapes that had lingered just out of sight. By midday, exhaustion slowed us. We stopped in a glade, though none of us dared rest long. It was then that Raid asked the question we had all been circling silently. They weren't wolves, were they? His voice cracked with fear. I said nothing. To admit the truth would have been to give it power. But silence was its own answer, and I saw terror harden in his face. That night we chose a campsite reluctantly, knowing rest was necessary though sleep would not come easy. I insisted we build 2 fires, one at either edge of the clearing, to widen the circle of light. The brothers followed my instructions without complaint, their earlier bravado gone. When darkness fell, we sat close to the flames, backs to each other, listening. For hours, nothing stirred. Just when I began to hope, the first howl rose again, closer than ever. The pack had not left us. It had been following all along, waiting for night to fall once more. The second night in that cursed range lives with me more vividly than any other stretch of my life. When the first howl rose, close enough to rattle the air in my lungs, I knew beyond doubt that the pack had chosen us. Wolves hunt with patience, but whatever these creatures were, they hunted with intention. It was not food alone they sought, it was us specifically, singled out among all the wilderness. Raid clutched a burning stick from the fire like a weapon, his knuckles white. Thomas gripped a hunting knife, though it looked pitiful in his shaking hands. I kept my rifle across my knees, loaded, safety off. Yet some part of me suspected bullets would do little more than anger what stalked us. Their voices echoed across the trees, weaving in strange harmonies. One would howl, another would mimic the cadence but bend it wrong, sliding into tones no animal throat should form. Then came the laughter, low, guttural, breaking into something disturbingly human. My stomach dropped. Wolves do not laugh. The shadows shifted at the perimeter. I saw them again, clearer this time. Figures ducking between trees, tall as men. Shoulders hunched, heads angled unnaturally forward. One paused just long enough for firelight to graze its face. What I glimpsed still keeps me from sleep, a muzzle stretched thin, as if halfway between wolf and man, lips curled into a snarl that revealed teeth too long, too sharp. Its eyes glowed not yellow, but a pale, sickly white, reflecting nothing but hunger. Then it vanished back into the dark, moving faster than anything on 2 legs should. Jesus Christ, Thomas whispered. He gripped his knife tighter, but his hand shook violently. Raid whimpered something under his breath, rocking slightly where he sat. I hissed at them both to stay silent, though my own throat was tight with dread. The pack circled us for hours. They never rushed, never attacked outright. They stayed just beyond reach, content to remind us we were prey. Occasionally one would dart forward, close enough that the fire's edge revealed a glimpse of fur or pale skin, before melting away again. It was a game to them. They wanted us terrified, drained, worn thin before the real strike. I forced us to keep both fires alive, feeding them constantly with what wood we had left. Sparks flared into the black, and for brief moments the shapes pulled back. But the forest was not infinite with fuel, and my mind churned with calculation. If they kept us here another night, we would be forced into darkness. That thought nearly undid me. At some hour near dawn, when exhaustion dragged at our eyelids, the howling ceased all at once. The silence was worse. We waited, breaths shallow, straining for any sound. Nothing. The forest held its breath. Then, just as the sky began to pale, the first bird dared to sing. The night was over. The pack had gone, leaving us hollowed out with fear. We did not speak until the sun was fully up. Raid's eyes were bloodshot, his face drawn. "We're going back," he said hoarsely, voice cracking with the weight of his fear. Thomas looked at me as if expecting me to argue. I did not. I wanted nothing more than to turn back, to flee the cursed ridges. Yet the path behind was long, and the pack had been hurting us, always pressing us forward. I could not shake the thought that if we tried to retreat, they would drive us harder, maybe finish what they had started. "We move east," I said finally. "If we keep to the ridgeline, we'll reach a ranger outpost by tomorrow night." I said it with more certainty than I felt. I did not mention that it meant another night in the open, another gamble under the moon. The brothers nodded, too shaken to argue. We packed quickly, leaving behind gear too heavy to carry. The trail narrowed as we climbed, switchbacks biting into the slope. My eyes flicked constantly between trees, scanning for movement. The brothers kept close, their silence unnatural after the noise of the first day. By mid-afternoon we reached a ridgeline where the wind cut sharp across open stone. The vast expanse of mountains stretched before us, beautiful and terrible in its immensity, yet I took no comfort in the view. All I saw were shadows where the pack could lurk. Then we found the cairns. Stacked stones rose at intervals along the ridge, each no taller than my knee, each balanced too carefully to be the work of accident. Reed kicked one over in frustration, sending rocks clattering down the slope. I snapped at him, furious. "Don't touch them!" The words burst out before I could stop myself. He glared at me, confused, but I could not explain why. Some instinct told me those cairns marked territory, or boundaries, or warnings. To disturb them was to invite something worse. We pressed on. As dusk drew near, clouds rolled in, swallowing the sun earlier than expected. We had no choice but to make camp again. This time I built a fire as large as I dared, ringed tight with stones. The brothers gathered branches until their hands bled from splinters. Every sound in the forest fut amplified. The crack of wood, the whisper of wind through needles. When darkness settled, the silence thickened as if waiting. Then came the first stone. It arced from the trees and landed just outside the fire's reach, rolling into the light. All three of us froze. Another followed, thudding against a pack. Then another skittering across the rocks. The pack was toying with us, throwing stones like men. Raid nearly broke, screaming curses into the dark. I clamped a hand over his mouth, dragging him down. His breath came in ragged sobs against my palm. I shook my head fiercely, eyes wide. We had to stay quiet. If they wanted noise, they would not get it from me. But silence did not protect us for long. The howls rose again, this time closer than ever, a ring of voices pressing tight around camp. Shapes lunged between trees, darting forward and back. My rifle felt useless in my hands. Thomas gripped his knife until blood welled from his palm. Raid muttered prayers, incoherent, almost chanting. The fire roared, but the darkness beyond seemed to pulse, alive with hunger. At the peak of their chorus, one stepped into view. Not fleeting, not a glimpse, fully into the firelight. It stood upright, shoulders broad, chest rising and falling with slow breaths. Its legs were bent wrong, its arms too long, but it was undeniably bipedal. Coarse fur covered its limbs, but the face was a grotesque half-measure, snout elongated, yet lips curled back to reveal teeth like knives, eyes pale and lidless. It watched us, swaying slightly, head tilting as though studying our fear. Then, with deliberate slowness, it raised one clawed hand and dragged it across its chest, leaving a line of red where skin split. The blood gleamed in the firelight. Raid screamed. The creature vanished into the dark with terrifying speed, and the howls erupted anew. They had shown themselves not by accident but by design. They wanted us to know what hunted us, to see it clearly in despair. The hours that followed blurred into madness. Shapes circled endlessly. Laughter echoed. At one echoed, something brushed against the edge of the firelight, scattering sparks, and Thomas lunged with his knife. He struck only air. My chest ached with every breath, muscles taut from dread. By some miracle, dawn came again without a final assault. The pack retreated once more, leaving us broken shells. In daylight, we found more tracks, deeper this time, gouged into the soil. Blood stained one stone. Whether from the creature or some other prey, I cannot say. We did not linger. Our supplies were nearly gone, our strength fraying. We stumbled east, following the ridge, desperate for the ranger outpost. As we descended into a narrow valley, I noticed something chilling. The cairns appeared again, only these were toppled, their stones scattered. I did not know whether the wind, an animal, or the pack had done it, but the sight filled me with dread. If the first cairns marked boundaries, then these suggested we had crossed into a place without rules. By late afternoon, clouds thickened again, promising another night under cover. Reed's steps faltered, his body weakened by hunger and fear. Thomas half dragged him along. My own legs trembled, but I forced them forward. When at last we glimpsed the outline of a cabin in the distance, weathered wood, smoke pipe long rusted, I thought salvation had arrived. My relief was so sharp it hurt. We stumbled toward it, praying it would be the ranger outpost. But as we neared, my hope curdled. The cabin was abandoned. Windows gaped empty, door sagging from rusted hinges. Strange symbols were carved into the frame, deep gouges I could not read. Bones littered the ground near the threshold, bleached white by seasons of sun. Some were animal, others looked disturbingly human. Reed collapsed to his knees, sobbing. Thomas swore under his breath, knife still clutched like a talisman. I stood frozen, staring at the cabin, realizing the pack had driven us here deliberately. We had not stumbled upon shelter. We had been herded into a trap. And as the last light bled from the sky, the howling began again, closer than ever, rising from every direction at once. The howling shook the timbers of that ruin. It rose and fell in patterns too deliberate for animals, voices weaving around one another until the sound seemed to press from every direction at once. The cabin loomed ahead of us, its doorway yawning like a mouth. The brothers looked to me, desperation carved into their faces. There was no safe choice: stay in the open and face the circling pack, or step into a structure that reeked of death and old secrets. I forced us inside. The floor groaned under our weight, dust rising in bitter plumes. The air smelled of rot and rust. Light bled through cracks in the warped walls, thin beams that revealed the carvings more clearly. Symbols gouged with claws or knives, spirals and crosses that overlapped like graffiti. A shattered table lay against one wall. Bones were piled in a corner, tangled, some cracked open as if something had sucked them dry. Thomas gagged, covering his mouth. Reed collapsed near the hearth. Trembling violently, I scanned the room for barricades. The door sagged on a single hinge. Closing it felt like shutting ourselves in a coffin, yet leaving it open was worse. Together, we shoved the table against it, bracing it with what remained of a chair. The gaps in the walls allowed us to see out, if dimly. The forest shifted with shadows. The pack drew closer. Their shapes passed between trees, upright silhouettes, moving with a hunter's patience. They howled, then fell silent, then laughed in guttural bursts. Every sound echoed inside the cabin until I felt the wood vibrate under my boots. Reed rocked where he sat, whispering nonsense. Not real, not real, not real. Thomas crouched beside him, trying to steady him, but his own hands shook. I forced myself to stay at the window, rifle raised, eyes darting at every movement. If they came, I would shoot until the last bullet was spent. The first impact rattled the walls. Something had thrown itself against the cabin. Dust rained from the rafters. Then came another blow, harder, splintering wood. The brothers cried out. I shouted for silence, though my own voice cracked. The third impact shook the door, nearly wrenching the table free. A claw thrust through a gap in the boards, long and hooked, raking splinters. I fired, the gunshot deafening in the enclosed space. The claw jerked back, a screech splitting the night. For a moment, silence followed and hope sparked. But then the laughter returned, louder, mocking. They were testing us. Minutes stretched into hours. The pack circled, slamming the walls, dragging claws across timber. Sometimes they whispered, low words I could not understand, syllables warped like language bent through an animal's throat. I pressed my palms to my ears, but the sounds crawled inside my skull. Reed whimpered until his voice gave out. Thomas muttered prayers, lips cracked and bleeding. I stared at the gaps, praying for dawn. But dawn never came. The night stretched impossibly long. My watch swore hours had passed. Yet outside the world remained locked in darkness. The pack howled, their voices rising as if feeding on our despair. I wondered if we had stepped into some pocket of time, a place where the sun would never rise again. At last, exhaustion claimed ride. His head lolled forward. Thomas and I remained awake, though barely. When the scratching at the roof began, my stomach turned cold. They were climbing now, claws scrabbling against shingles. Dust sifted down, filling the air. Then, with a crack, one board gave way, and a pale arm thrust through. Fingers too long, nails curved into talons. Thomas screamed, lunging with his knife, stabbing upward. The arm jerked, withdrew, leaving streaks of blood across the rafters. For a moment, silence. Then, from every side, the cabin shook as if besieged. They had grown impatient. The door burst inward, table shattering. One of them surged into the room. Firelight revealed it fully. Its body was covered in patchy fur, muscles corded, limbs twisted but powerful. Its face was half wolf, half human nightmare, mouth gaping with teeth too many to count. It moved with terrifying speed. Thomas threw himself at it, knife flashing. The creature caught him with one clawed hand, flinging him into the wall like a rag doll. His body hit with a sickening crack, then slid to the floor. Motionless, Reed screamed. I fired point blank, the bullet slamming into its chest. It staggered, snarling, but did not fall. I fired again. Blood sprayed dark and thick, yet it only grew angrier. It lunged, but as it did, the others pulled it back, dragging it out of the doorway. I stood frozen, smoke curling from the barrel, heart hammering. Why had they stopped? Why drag their wounded away when they had us cornered? The answer came in whispers. From outside, the voices rose, not howls this time but chanting. Words that scraped the edge of human speech, repeating, layered, echoing. The walls seemed to pulse with the sound. Reed clutched his ears, shrieking. I felt my own mind buckling under it. The air thickened, pressing heavy on my chest. Then silence fell. The door gaped open. The forest lay quiet, empty. Not a shadow moved. Even the usual night sounds, crickets, owls, were gone. I did not trust it. I kept the rifle raised, every muscle taut. But minutes dragged on without attack. At last, Reed crawled to Thomas, shaking him. Thomas groaned faintly, alive but broken. Relief flickered, quickly smothered by dread. We had to leave. Dragging Thomas between us, Reed and I staggered out into the night. The air was deathly still. The trees loomed skeletal. I felt eyes on us, though nothing moved. Step by step, we stumbled east, chasing the memory of the ranger outpost. And then I saw them, not the creatures, something else. Along the ridgeline, pale figures stood motionless, dozens of them. At first I thought they were trees, but their shapes were wrong. Too narrow, too straight. They were tall, skin stretched thin, faces hidden in shadow. They did not move, did not breathe, just watched. When the wind shifted, I caught a stench like rot. Reed whimpered. Thomas sagged, barely conscious. My legs trembled, but I forced them onward. The figures did not follow. They only turned their heads in unison as we passed, eyes gleaming faintly. The howling never rose again. The silence was worse. We found the outpost at dawn. This time real dawn, sunlight spilling across the peaks. A squat log cabin with smoke rising from its chimney. I nearly collapsed from relief. A ranger met us at the door, eyes wide at our condition. We stumbled inside, voices broken, trying to explain. But when I spoke of the pack, of the creatures that walked on two legs, his face hardened. He listened, but his eyes carried no surprise. He said only this: "You should never have crossed the cairns." They took Thomas to a hospital. Reed left the mountains and swore never to return. As for me, I still guide, though never in that range. I cannot forget the eyes in the dark, the laughter that was not laughter, the way dawn refused to come. I tell myself the mountains hold their secrets, and that I was unlucky enough to brush against one. But some nights, when the wind is sharp and the stars too still, I hear it again, the layered howl, rising in harmony, promising that the pack remembers me. And I know it is only a matter of time before they return. My name is Harper Lowe, and I make my living as a hunting guide in the Monongahela National Forest of West Virginia. I have walked those ridges and hollows for most of my life, memorizing the hidden draws, the silent game trails, the moss-darkened stones that stand like teeth where the mountains bite into the sky. It is a place of beauty, but it is also a place that does not forget. The trees hold memory in their rings, the soil remembers every step taken, and the wind carries whispers that are not always born of weather. People come to me seeking a thrill, or a trophy, or sometimes just a night in the wilderness to remind them they are alive. I have taken countless hunters into those woods, and I have learned that the land watches as closely as any man with a rifle. On the trip I must speak of now, I led 3 men, strangers to each other except for the common desire to leave the world behind for a few days and place themselves in the patience of the forest. They came in a black pickup that shone with fresh wax, gleaming against the dull autumn leaves. Their names were Mason, Clay, and Riker. Mason was heavyset, a banker out of Morgantown who insisted on wearing cologne so strong it mingled with the scent of gun oil. Clay was lean, with a mechanic's rough hands, his knuckles scabbed from work. and he carried his father's battered Winchester with a pride that bordered on reverence. Riker was younger, quieter, a college boy whose rifle still had the tag dangling from the scope, as if he had bought it yesterday. They did not know the woods the way I did, but they trusted me to lead them where the game ran thick, and the air was colder than the valley towns they had left behind. We hiked into the forest as the sun broke through clouds that looked like bruises stretched thin across the sky. I carried the map in my head, guiding them by the slope of the land and the call of ravens that tracked our progress. They laughed and argued, comparing rifles, telling half-truths of the bucks they had missed in seasons past. I said little. My job was not to match their stories, but to ensure they came home again, which, though they did not yet know it, was never promised. By dusk, we made camp near a stand of sycamores that leaned like old men conferring in low voices. I showed them how to set their tents, how to hang their food high away from curious bears, how to douse a fire until it hissed into silence. They listened poorly, as most do, but enough of my instruction lingered to keep them safe for the night. Or so I thought. The first sign of strangeness came with the firing of their rifles. At dawn, we followed deer sign into a clearing rimmed with hemlock and stone. Mason took the first shot, his cologne still clinging to his jacket despite the damp. The rifle cracked, echoing sharp across the hollow. The deer vanished into shadow, untouched. I turned to speak, to tell him he had missed clean, but Clay's shout cut me short. He pointed not at the fleeing deer, but at the sycamore just beyond. There, carved deep and ragged into the pale bark, was a name, Mason's name. Letters rough as though gouged with a dull knife, sap bleeding like fresh wound. Mason swore and strode to the tree, running his hand across the letters. He swore again, louder this time, insisting it was a trick, some vandal's old carving, coincidence laid upon coincidence. But I had camped that clearing before. I knew every stone, every twisted root. That tree had been clean when last I saw it. Now it bore his name, still glistening as if the cut had been made only seconds earlier. They laughed it off, or tried to, calling it a campfire tale made real, something to spook one another with over whiskey when the night grew long. But unease lay beneath their voices. I could hear it, and I could feel the forest listening. When Clay fired next, later that morning, his shot rang truer than Mason's. I saw the buck leap, stumble, vanish into thicket. We followed in silence until we reached another tree, this one a black oak, and there was Clay's name, fresh and bleeding across its bark. Not the deer, only his name, etched in perfect mimicry of the first. His laughter died fast, replaced by a tightness in his jaw. He refused to touch the tree. I told them we should break off, head back, leave the woods be. But Mason called me superstitious, said hunters carved names all the time, that the forest was full of such marks if you looked hard enough. He would not turn back, not when he had paid for 3 days under my guidance. Riker, the quiet one, said nothing, though I noticed his hands shook when he cleaned his rifle. We pushed deeper into the Monongahela, where the ground grew soft with rot, and the ridges leaned close as if trying to crush us between their shoulders. The wind carried a sour tang, not of decay but of metal, sharp and biting. We saw no more deer, though their tracks twisted endlessly through the mud. Every shot that rang out left another name behind, and each name was that of the shooter. No matter where the bullet flew, the trees bore the cost. By the second evening, the forest had grown oppressive. The canopy bent low, blotting the stars, and the fire we built seemed smaller than usual, as if the wood itself resisted burning. Mason drank deep from a flask, boasting still though his voice wavered. Clay muttered prayers under his breath, thinking I did not hear. Riker sat apart, staring into the dark, his rifle across his knees like a burden. It was then that I told them of a story I had once heard from my grandfather, who had trapped fur in these ridges long before they were designated a forest. He said the Monongahela remembered violence. He said each shot fired without necessity left a wound, and the forest took the name of the one who made it. He told me of men who had hunted greedily, who found their names crawling the bark until no tree stood untouched. Those men, he said, never left the woods. Mason called it foolishness, but his laugh rang hollow. Clay stared at the fire and said nothing. Riker finally spoke, his voice flat. "What happens when there's no tree left to take a name?" No one answered him. Not even me. That night, the forest did not sleep. I lay awake in my tent, listening to the crackle of fire reduced to embers, listening to the wind weave itself through branches. But beneath it, I heard something else. A slow, deliberate carving, the rasp of knife on bark, steady and unhurried. I rose once, unzipped the flap, and saw the sycamores standing silent. Yet the sound continued, though none of the men stirred. At dawn, I walked the perimeter of camp. Names surrounded us now. Not only Mason and Clay, but mine as well, carved in letters as sharp as any chisel could have cut. Harper Lowe repeated again and again on different trees, each bleeding sap that gleamed like dark honey in the morning light. My hands trembled. I had not fired a single shot, yet the forest had taken me too. The men saw it, and for the first time, they stopped speaking. Fear bound their tongues. We packed quickly, moving through mist that clung like cobwebs. No birds sang, no squirrels darted. The forest was mute except for our breath. Around midday, Riker fired, though I had not seen him raise the rifle. The shot tore through the silence like a scream. We all froze, waiting, though none of us knew for what. Then we saw it, his name, written into the bark of a red maple, still curling with fresh sap. He stared at it for a long time, his lips pressed white. When he turned, I thought he might throw the rifle away, but instead he clutched it tighter. We did not speak of it, but we all understood. The forest was not warning us. It was tallying. By evening, we stumbled into another clearing. Every tree there bore a name already. Mason, Clay, Riker, Harper. The names were layered, hundreds of them, stacked atop one another until the bark was nothing but scars. The ground was littered with shavings, as though 1,000 knives had cut in unison. The men stopped, staring, their faces pale. I could not move. The clearing had become a ledger, and we were already written in. Mason cursed, raising his rifle, shouting into the empty air that he would not be claimed, that he would cut his own way free. He fired into the trees again and again until the chamber clicked empty. Each shot brought new carvings, his name spreading like infection, crawling from trunk to trunk until the entire clearing glowed with bleeding letters. When his rifle fell silent, so did the woods. Then, from somewhere deep within, came the sound of something moving. Not an animal, not a man. The weight of it pressed through the trees, bending branches, drawing closer. And though the fire had not yet been lit, I felt the heat of my own name burning in the bark around me, as though the forest itself had begun to close in. The sound of that thing moving through the woods never broke into a full run. It came steady, deliberate, like someone dragging their steps across damp ground. None of us wanted to look, but we could not help turning our heads toward the shifting shadows beyond the carved clearing. The trees groaned as if straining beneath a weight, and the names gouged into them oozed sap thicker than before, dripping to the soil with a hiss like oil hitting fire. Clay whispered a curse. Mason, sweating from more than exertion, tried to reload his rifle with trembling hands. His cartridges slipped, clattering against the roots. Riker clutched his own gun close but made no move to raise it, but I kept my hands empty. I have learned that sometimes a weapon is only an invitation, and whatever was out there had already made its claim. We backed away slowly, our boots sinking in ground soft as pulp. The forest had grown dense, the undergrowth twisting into unnatural knots. I led them out of the clearing, retracing the path by instinct, though every tree now looked the same, scarred, bleeding, branded with our names. Some bore letters so deep they had split trunks clean through. The sound followed us. It never hurried, never faltered. Always a few paces behind, always unseen. By twilight, our nerves had thinned to threads. Mason muttered constantly under his breath, bargaining with himself, saying he would leave the woods tomorrow, sell his rifle, give up the sport. Clay snapped at him, telling him to be quiet, that his voice carried too far, though it was not animals we feared anymore. Riker walked with his head bowed, his lips moving in silence, repeating something I could not hear. We reached a ridge where the land dropped steep into a gully. The descent was treacherous, but the men were desperate to put distance between themselves and the unseen footsteps. We scrambled down, hands clawing at rock, sliding in loose soil until we stumbled into the bottom. The air was cooler there, heavy with the smell of wet stone. It was then we realized the names had followed. Every tree in the gully bore fresh carvings, our names cut with precision impossible in so little time. Mason ran to one trunk, gouging at the letters with his knife, trying to strip away the bark. The more he cut, the deeper the letters sank, as if the tree absorbed his effort, drawing his name further inside. He dropped the knife, his chest heaving. "We're already dead," he said, his voice cracking. "We're just walking corpses. Don't you see it?" I wanted to deny it, but the forest gave no room for comfort. The names were proof enough. Night fell hard and sudden. Our fire refused to catch, every spark hissing out before it touched kindling. Clay cursed and beat the ground with flint until his hands bled. Finally, we surrendered to the dark, gathering close together in the cold. The woods pulsed with silence broken only by that dragging step circling just beyond sight. None of us slept. We sat there, straining our ears, watching shadows crawl along the ridgeline. Riker at last whispered, "It's not following us. It's hurting us." His words struck true, though none of us wished to admit it. At some hour past midnight, Mason snapped. He stood and shouted into the trees, demanding the thing show itself, demanding it face him if it had any claim. He fired again and again into the dark, each bullet flaring bright like lightning. The echoes rolled long, far too long, as though the forest itself had caught the sound and was playing it back to us. When the shots stopped, the silence was heavier than before. Then we heard it, new carvings forming all around us, the bark splitting with wet cracks, sap running like blood. Our names multiplied, repeating in spirals, in crisscrossing lines, until the trees glistened with letters. Mason's name was thickest of all, layered so deeply that it seemed to consume entire trunks. He fell to his knees. His breath came ragged, his eyes wild. And then the sound of steps came again, closer, and this time something emerged. At first I thought it a man, tall and broad, moving with terrible slowness. But as it neared, I saw it was not flesh but bark, its body a patchwork of trunks fused into a shape that mocked the human form. Faces bulged in its surface, some screaming, some silent, some twisted with despair, all carved into the wood itself. Its arms were branches stripped raw, its fingers long splinters that dragged furrows through the soil, and etched across its chest, glowing with sap, were our names. Clay screamed and fired point blank. The bullet sank with a dull thud, and at once a tree beside him split open, revealing his name in fresh letters. The thing did not stop. Mason tried to run, scrambling through the gully, but the creature only reached with its splintered hand. It did not need speed. Wherever it gestured, new trees bent and cracked, blocking paths, carving his name deeper. He stumbled, tripped, and when he struck the ground, his body spasmed. His chest split open as if he were bark himself, and inside were not bones but rings of wood. His scream echoed until it became part of the forest's voice. Clay and Riker dragged me, pulling me uphill, their terror giving them strength. We clawed our way back to the ridge, leaving Mason behind, though his cries pursued us long after he fell silent. We did not speak. Words were useless. The creature followed, never faster than our pace, never letting us gain ground. Wherever we turned, our names awaited, carved fresh and bleeding. I began to understand it was not chasing. It was weaving us into the land, binding us to it. Near dawn, Clay stopped, bent double with exhaustion. His eyes were glassy, his breath shallow. He looked at me and said, "It's got us no matter what. Might as well finish it." Before I could stop him, he raised his Winchester, pressed the barrel beneath his chin, and pulled the trigger. The shot cracked. His body slumped. I closed my eyes, but I could not block out the sound of carving that followed. When I looked again, his name covered every tree in sight, hundreds of times, until the forest seemed to breathe it. His body was gone, absorbed into the soil. Only the rifle lay where he had fallen, rust blooming along its barrel as if years had passed in a heartbeat. Riker and I fled. We did not care where so long as it was away. My legs burned, my throat raw with thirst, but fear kept me moving. The forest blurred into endless trunks and scars. At last we stumbled onto a game trail that I recognized, a narrow path that should have led toward the boundary. Hope flickered faint but enough. We followed it until the sun broke through thin clouds. The light seemed weak, but to us it was salvation. Yet even there, among the thinning trees, the carvings persisted. Our names stretched along the bark in long, deliberate lines. Some letters warped, as though the forest were experimenting with how best to spell us into permanence. Riker broke then. He sank to his knees, clutching his rifle to his chest. "I can't leave," he whispered. "It won't let us." I knelt beside him, gripping his shoulders, telling him we had to keep moving, that the edge was near. But his eyes were distant, glassy like Clay's had been. He lifted his rifle with shaking hands, not toward the trees, but toward me. "I don't want to be alone in here," he said. I froze. The muzzle wavered inches from my chest. My own hands remained empty. For a long moment we stared at one another, the forest holding its breath around us. Then he lowered the weapon, sobbing, and pressed it into my hands. "You lead," he said. "Maybe you can find a way. But don't look back for me." Before I could answer, he stood and walked into the trees, vanishing within a few steps. I called his name once, then twice, but the forest gave no echo. Only the scratching of new carvings answered, his name slicing into bark so thickly the letters overlapped. I never saw him again. Alone now, I pressed on. The trail stretched endless, each bend revealing only more names. My legs shook, my breath ragged. Yet I refused to stop. Something deep within me whispered that to rest was to surrender, to allow the forest to write me fully into its ledger. By midday, the light dimmed again, clouds sealing the sky. My hope dwindled. I reached a ridge I did not recognize, though I should have. The Monongahela is vast, but I knew its bones. Yet here the land seemed twisted, folded in ways no map had ever marked. The forest was rewriting itself, drawing me deeper. And then I saw it, an old fire tower, its rusted frame jutting above the canopy. Relief surged through me. Towers meant roads, meant people. I staggered toward it, clinging to the thought of escape. But as I neared, I saw the legs of the tower were carved through, every beam etched with names. Not just mine, not just Mason, Clay, and Riker, but hundreds more. Names of those who had entered long before, names stretching back decades, maybe centuries. The tower itself groaned, each metal beam etched so deeply it looked like wood. At the base, the ground was covered in bark shavings, thick as snow. I sifted through them, my heart freezing. They were not bark at all, but fingernails, teeth, fragments of bone, all inscribed with names too small to read. The creature waited there, motionless, as if it had been expecting me. Its body was larger now, swollen with new layers of carved faces, and on its chest, brighter than all the rest, was my name repeated in lines that curved like ribs. My knees nearly gave out, but I forced myself upright. The rifle in my hands felt pitifully small. I had a choice: fire and carve myself deeper into its body, or run and let the forest write me in slowly. Neither felt like escape. I looked to the horizon, but the trees wove tight, blocking any view of the world beyond. The Monongahela had swallowed me whole. The creature did not advance at first. It stood among the ruined tower legs as though rooted there, its body groaning with the sound of shifting wood. Sap seeped from the faces, etched into its chest, dripping like tears. The air around it smelled of iron and rot. I gripped the rifle tighter, though my hands shook. I had seen what happened with every shot. A bullet meant another carving, another claim, another piece of us swallowed whole. But I also knew if I stood idle, it would not need bullets to make me its own. I raised the rifle anyway. Not to fire, not yet, but to steady myself. The creature turned its head, a slow creak like a trunk twisting in storm wind. Where eyes might have been, there were knots black and endless. Its gaze pressed into me like weight. For a moment, I swore the carved faces moved, lips parting in silent screams, eyes fluttering, as though fragments of the lost were still alive, bound into its body. I took a step back. The ground beneath me gave a low moan, as if even the soil carried voices. The trees leaned inward, their bark splitting fresh to reveal my name in long, unbroken lines. The forest was sealing, a cage written from every angle. Something in me broke then. I ran. I did not choose direction, I only fled, tearing through underbrush, stumbling over roots. The creature moved too, not quickly, but the forest bent to its will. Every turn I made, the trunks crowded, names bleeding fresh to block my path. My chest burned, my breath ragged, but I pushed until my legs felt hollow. I burst at last into a clearing. The sky was visible, streaked with a thin seam of pale light. The relief nearly dropped me to my knees, until I saw what lay within. The clearing was a graveyard, not of stones but of trees. Every trunk had been felled, cut clean, and the stumps that remained bore rings carved with names. Each ring spelled another person, layer upon layer, their identities sandwiched in the wood as if pressed by centuries. Some names I recognized. Hunters I had heard went missing, men who never returned. Others stretched back further, older, unfamiliar, a whole history of the lost written beneath my feet. I staggered through, choking on the smell of sap and soil. My boots sank deep into mulch that pulsed like wet muscle. At the far end, I saw something glinting, metal, tarnished but still shining in weak light. A road sign, bent and half swallowed by roots. Relief surged, the edge of the forest had to be near. I sprinted toward it, lungs screaming. Behind me, the groan of wood grew louder, branches snapping as the creature pressed closer. I could feel its weight bending the air. But when I reached the sign, my heart stopped. The metal bore not directions, not a route number, but names. My name, dozens of times, carved across the surface as though gouged with claws. The forest had claimed even that. I dropped the rifle. My strength bled out of me. There was nowhere left to run. The creature emerged into the clearing. Its bulk blotted the light. The carved faces wreathed, mouths opening in unison, and from them came a chorus of voices, layered, discordant, yet all whispering the same thing: stay. The word rattled my bones. It was not command but inevitability. The forest had no interest in killing swiftly. It wanted inscription, permanence, to record me among its ledger of the damned. I pressed my hands to my ears, but the word burrowed through skin and skull. Sap dripped from nearby stumps, spelling my name letter by letter until the ground around me shimmered with it. My legs locked. The air thickened, heavy with the weight of ages. And then, from somewhere deep inside, a thought surfaced. Perhaps it was desperation, perhaps madness. But I remembered what my grandfather once said: the forest remembers violence. The carvings came from the shots, from the harm we brought into its silence. If it marked us with every bullet, then maybe, just maybe, it could be tricked into carving something else. With shaking hands, I picked the rifle up again. Not to shoot at the creature, but to aim at myself. The barrel trembled against my arm, against the skin of my forearm where veins pulsed close to surface. I thought if the forest carved whatever was shot at, then maybe firing at myself would confuse it. Write something incomplete. Deny it the whole. I pulled the trigger. Pain seared white, a howl bursting from my throat. The shot grazed my arm, tearing skin. Blood spilled hot down my wrist. I braced for the trees to erupt with my name. Instead, the carvings around me shuddered, lines splitting into jagged nonsense, half-formed letters that dissolved before they finished. The creature recoiled, its wooden face cracking down the center. The chorus of voices stuttered, the word stay, warping, breaking into static. I fired again, deliberately at my own shadow cast against a stump. The bullet shattered bark. Where my name should have appeared, only fragments twisted, incomplete symbols that meant nothing. The forest groaned as though in pain, branches whipping violently. The creature staggered, its form unraveling. Names peeled from its body like sloughed skin, faces tearing loose into flakes of bark that whirled upward. Its limbs thrashed, striking trees, splintering them into chaos. I kept firing, emptying round after round into myself. Boots, shadow, the edge of my coat. Each shot weakened the inscriptions, turned the writing to gibberish. My body burned, my ears rang, my shoulder bruised from recoil. But I did not stop. When the rifle clipped empty, silence fell. The clearing was still. My chest heaved, sweat and blood mingling. The creature had vanished, or perhaps it had collapsed into the earth itself. Around me, the trees stood blank, their bark smooth as if no carving had ever marred them. For the first time in days, I heard birdsong, a single thrush calling tentative in the distance. Light broke fully through the canopy, pale but real. I staggered forward past the stumps, past the ruined sign. Within an hour I found a service road, overgrown but unmistakably human-made. My legs nearly gave way from relief. I followed it until the forest thinned, until I stumbled into the lot where my truck waited. No sign of Mason, Clay, or Riker. Their pickup was gone, or perhaps it had never existed beyond the boundary. I cannot be sure. When I drove out, the world looked unchanged. Towns bustled, roads wound familiar. Yet the forest's weight clung to me. In the weeks since, I have woken to find my name scratched into mirrors, into frost on the windows, into the condensation on my glass. Always imperfect, half-finished, as though the forest still tries to write me but cannot. I have not gone back to the Monongahela, I never will. But I know it waits, ledger open, patient as stone. Someday when my guard falters, it will finish carving me. And when it does, no one will find a body. Only a new tree, tall and silent, my name bleeding from its bark. My name is Elias Rowe, and the story I am about to recount is one I have carried like a stone in my chest, heavy and unyielding, since the moment it occurred. I have long believed that certain memories should be left unspoken, allowed to wither and decay in silence, but this one does not wither. It breathes, it waits, and sometimes, when I wake in the small hours before dawn, I can hear it moving again, as if the forest itself remembers what I would prefer to forget. I am not an inexperienced wanderer. For much of my adult life, I have spent weeks at a time in the deep backcountry, guiding friends and acquaintances into wilderness regions, far from the reach of convenience or signal. My relationship with the woods is built on respect. I know the signs of weather turning foul, of animals bedding close, of waters rising fast. I know how to read the land and, more importantly, when to walk away from it. I should have done so that evening. I should have turned us back when I first saw the footage on our trail cameras. The trip had begun without incident. It was mid-October, when the air carries a brittle edge and every sound in the trees seems sharper, clearer. There were 4 of us: myself, my closest friend Nathan, his younger brother Joel, and a woman named Clara whom Nathan had been seeing for a few months. I had only met her once before the trip, but she seemed grounded and eager, with that peculiar confidence of someone who thinks danger can be studied away by reading gear reviews and trail blogs. Nathan trusted her, and that was enough for me. We had planned a 3-day trek into a portion of the Monongahela National Forest that lay far off the marked paths. I had mapped an old game trail years earlier, and it cut through a gorge that led us to a plateau where the trees opened into wide, eerie meadows of ferns. Few hunters or backpackers pushed that far. It required both stamina and an appetite for silence. That was the lure for us. Nathan wanted isolation, Joel wanted bragging rights, Clara wanted to prove she could handle it, and I wanted the comfort of familiar discomfort, the kind only real wilderness can provide. We carried 2 trail cameras with us, lightweight models Nathan insisted on bringing along. He had become fascinated with capturing nocturnal wildlife on his outings. I didn't argue. Cameras are harmless enough, and I figured if nothing else, they'd catch a black bear or coyote nosing around our site. He and Joel set one at the bend of the gorge, and the other along a stand of red spruce where the path narrowed into shadow. The first day was long but manageable. We hiked 9 miles, steady elevation, pausing to rest our knees and filter water from a cold stream. Clara kept pace, though I could see the effort dragging on her. Nathan fussed over her more than she needed, while Joel marched ahead, always hungry to test his youth against the terrain. I followed last, scanning the underbrush, noting broken twigs, faint claw marks on bark, the usual ledger of forest life. All of it seemed ordinary, the kind of raw backdrop that soothes me. It was near dusk when Nathan suggested we check the camera nearest the spruce grove. We hadn't set camp yet, but he was eager to see what might have crossed the trail while we moved through the gorge. His excitement had a boyish quality, and despite my fatigue, I followed him. Joel and Clara trailed reluctantly, already thinking of supper. The camera's small screen glowed faintly as Nathan scrolled through the stored clips. At first, the images were what one might expect: wind-moving branches, A squirrel's quick dash, a deer standing still as though listening. Then came a clip that froze us in place. The footage showed 4 figures walking into the grove. Us. The resemblance was undeniable, my own long stride, Joel's restless bouncing steps, Clara's slower pace, Nathan leading with that same eager tilt of his shoulders. The camera had captured us exactly, except for one impossible detail. The timestamp was 2 hours before we had arrived, and the final clip showed the 4 of us lying in our sleeping bags, perfectly still, as though camp had already been set, but we hadn't yet unrolled a single bag. We stood there in a ring of darkening spruce, staring at ourselves sleeping on a screen. I felt the bottom of my stomach drop as though the forest floor had tilted beneath me. "That's us," Joel said flatly, his voice cracking. "No way," Clara whispered. Her arms wrapped around herself, though the evening wasn't that cold yet. Nathan tried to laugh, tried to summon a rational explanation. "It's a glitch. Must have picked up old footage somehow. Maybe overwrote the card weird." His voice faltered. He pressed the buttons too quickly, replaying the clip, rewinding, replaying again. But the image remained stubborn and precise. Our bodies laid out beneath trees, faces slack in false sleep. I should have called it then. I should have said we pack up, turn back, hike out before darkness locked us in. Every instinct told me this was not a trick of electronics, not some corrupted file. It was a warning, though I could not parse its meaning. But Nathan argued for staying, and Joel scoffed at my silence, unwilling to give up the adventure so soon. Clara said nothing, which in hindsight was the loudest response of all. So we pressed on, choosing a clearing a half-mile beyond the grove, where the ground leveled and the trees opened to a sliver of sky. We set our tents quickly, more hurried than I liked, each of us trying not to look at one another too long, as though our faces might betray what we feared. By the time the fire was lit, the forest was fully cloaked in dark. The flames crackled, a small pocket of warmth in the hush. We ate in near silence jerky and dried fruit, the kind of meal that fills the body but not the soul. Conversation came only in broken fragments, each of us circling the memory of that footage but refusing to touch it. When the fire sank to embers, I suggested we keep a watch. It wasn't necessary, not for bears or raccoons, but for something else I couldn't name. Nathan brushed it off. Joel rolled his eyes. Clara only nodded faintly. I sat first watch, the others slipping into their tents. The forest at night is never truly silent. There are always clicks, scratches, the distant hoot of an owl, the wind threading needles through leaves. But that night, every sound seemed doubled, echoing a fraction too late, as though the trees were repeating what they heard. I sat with my back against a log, eyes on the embers, ears straining for something more. It came near midnight. A low rustle at the edge of camp drew my attention. I turned my head and froze. Between the trees, just at the margin of firelight, I saw 4 shapes standing side by side. Their forms were blurred, indistinct, yet unmistakably human in outline. They did not move, did not speak. They only watched. For a moment I thought the others had risen, sleepwalking perhaps, but when I glanced back, I saw Nathan's tent zipped, Joel's boot jutting from beneath his flap, Clara's slow breathing stirring the nylon. They were all accounted for. The figures remained, and as I stared, I realized they matched our heights exactly. Nathan's broad frame, Joel's lean outline, Clara's smaller build, and one shaped like me. My throat constricted. I reached for the flashlight beside me, but the moment the beam clicked on, the figures were gone, as though the forest had simply exhaled them. Only the trees stood where they had been, silent and empty. I did not wake the others. Cowardice, perhaps, or maybe some warped instinct told me that naming what I had seen would make it more real. Instead, I sat rigid until the watch ended, until Nathan emerged yawning, asking if anything stirred. I lied and told him no. But the truth is, this something in those woods had seen us before we had even arrived. It had filmed us sleeping, waiting for us to follow its script, and as the hours bled toward dawn, I realized with a chill certainty that we were no longer simply camping. We had become part of whatever story the forest was writing. Nathan relieved me at watch, and I tried to sleep, though every nerve in me bristled. The inside of the tent felt too close, the air thick, and the nylon walls seemed to breathe with each gust of wind. I lay there with my eyes open, listening to Nathan shift outside by the fire, telling myself I had imagined the four shapes. My mind replayed the trail camera footage in loops, the image of myself lying motionless in a bag that hadn't even been unrolled yet. I tried to picture how technology could glitch so precisely, but there was no comfort in that. Some part of me already knew the forest wasn't simply holding us, it was copying us. When sleep finally came, it was thin and broken. I dreamed of the grove where the camera stood, except in the dream the spruce trees leaned inward like teeth around a mouth. My body lay beneath them, eyes closed, and the others lay beside me, but when I tried to move, I found my chest heavy, pinned by something unseen. A shadow bent over my sleeping form, and when it leaned close enough for me to see its face, it was my own. I woke with a start, sweat dampening my shirt despite the cold. Pale gray light filtered through the fabric of the tent. Outside, I heard the sound of Joel's laughter, though it was strained, almost brittle. I unzipped the flap and stepped out. The fire had burned to ash, and Joel was crouched by the logs, poking at them with a stick. Clara sat on a camp chair with her arms crossed tight around her body, her gaze fixed on nothing. Nathan was scrolling again through the camera screen, his jaw set. "You need to see this," he said when he caught sight of me. His voice was clipped, no trace of last night's excitement. I walked over, my stomach knotting. He handed me the camera. The newest clips showed us again. Except this time they weren't from yesterday evening. The timestamp matched the hours of the night. There we were, me sitting by the fire, Nathan standing for his turn at watch, Clara and Joel in their tents. Except on the footage, the shapes inside those tents were utterly still, not rising, not breathing, as if mannequins had been laid down instead of people. One clip in particular showed something worse. At around 3 in the morning, the lens captured me leaning against the log, flashlight in hand. But then a second figure emerged from behind the trees. It was shaped like me, moved like me, and it lowered itself onto the log beside the first me. The two sat together in silence, the duplicate tilting its head toward the original with a kind of mockery. I felt bile rise in my throat. I shoved the camera back at Nathan. "Delete it." He didn't move, looked pale, the corners of his mouth twitching as though he was fighting to hold his composure. Joel barked a nervous laugh. "So what? There's 2 of you now. Maybe we should just put you on both watches." Clara shot him a glare, her face drawn tight. "This isn't funny." I could barely hear them. My head buzzed with static, every instinct telling me the forest was showing us what it intended to do. It had already imagined a version of us lying still, lifeless, recorded for us to find. It had already conjured doubles. "We'll leave," I said. My voice cracked like a branch under weight. "We pack now and we get out." No debate. Nathan hesitated. His loyalty to adventure was warring with the evidence in front of him. I saw the conflict in his eyes, the stubbornness I'd known for years. But the edge of fear was stronger now. He gave a single nod. We began to break camp, moving quickly, stuffing bags with careless haste. The forest felt closer than before, the trees pressing inward with silent judgment. Clara fumbled with her tent poles, her hands trembling. Joel muttered under his breath about wasting a trip, but even he worked fast, his shoulders tense. It was then we heard the sound. At first it was faint, like wind brushing through reeds. Then it grew clearer, the rhythm of breathing. Not from our group. This was louder, heavier, too synchronized. It came from the edge of camp, from all around, as though the forest itself inhaled and exhaled. Clara froze, her eyes wide. "Do you hear that?" "Yes," I whispered. We all did. The breathing encircled us, pressing closer, until it seemed the very air inside our lungs was not our own. I turned slowly, scanning the tree line, but there was nothing visible. Only the sound of us being watched by something that imitated life. "Move," I hissed. "Now." We shouldered our packs and pushed back toward the gorge trail. The air felt thicker with every step. The daylight weak and filtered, as though the sky itself was reluctant to shine fully. We walked in tight formation, Joel muttering curses, Clara silent, Nathan glancing constantly at the camera slung around his neck as if it might warn him. We had not gone a mile when we found the first anomaly. The ground dipped into a shallow clearing where ferns grew waist high. At the far edge, a cluster of stones jutted upward, unnatural in arrangement. They had been stacked into crude cairns, 5 in total, each one shaped like a body lying flat, arms at its sides. The sight stopped us cold. Joel kicked at one of them with forced bravado, sending stones tumbling. But when the rocks fell, I saw what lay beneath a strip of fabric half buried in the soil. I bent down and tugged it free. It was a piece of nylon, dark green, exactly the same material as the tents we carried. Clara gasped. "That's ours." "No," Joel said quickly, his voice breaking. "It just looks like it. Could be anybody's." I held the fabric in my hands, but the seams, the stitching, even the tear pattern, it matched Clara's tent exactly. She realized it too. Her knees buckled slightly, and Nathan caught her. "We keep going," I said hoarsely. "Don't look back." We pushed onward, but the forest did not release us. Every mile seemed to fold in on itself, the landmarks repeating. The fallen oak we crossed appeared twice, the same notch on its trunk, the same mushrooms clinging to its bark. When we reached the spruce grove where the first camera had been set, Nathan swore under his breath. "It's like we've gone in a circle," Clara whispered. I checked my compass and my blood ran cold. The needle spun slowly, aimlessly, refusing to settle on north. Joel grabbed my arm. "What the hell's happening? You know this trail, Elias. How are we lost?" I had no answer. The forest had reshaped itself, folding us into its script. I could feel it. We were being guided, not wandering. Every step was a line written for us in advance. By late afternoon, exhaustion set in. We argued briefly about whether to set camp again, but the thought of lying still in a sleeping bag made my skin crawl. Still, our bodies betrayed us, stumbling, shivering. We needed rest. We chose a rocky outcrop where the trees thinned, hoping the elevation would give us an advantage. The wind whistled here, sharp and cold, but at least the sight lines were clearer. We built no fire, only sat in our jackets, chewing on cold rations. The silence between us grew unbearable until Joel finally snapped. "We're freaking ourselves out over nothing. Cameras glitch, compasses stick. That's it. We just have to wait until daylight. Keep walking, and we'll be fine." His voice carried too loudly and I shushed him. The sound of his words seemed to echo, carrying further than they should. And then we all heard it, an echo that wasn't quite an echo. From the darkness beyond the rocks, Joel's voice came back to us. Word for word, but slower. "We're freaking ourselves out over nothing." The blood drained from his face. "That wasn't me," he whispered. The forest answered again. The same words, but this time with laughter braided into them. We clutched at each other, every sense screaming. Shapes shifted at the tree line, shadows rearranging themselves into familiar outlines. 4 figures, then 8, then more, all standing too still. And among them I saw myself. Not one, but several. Each Elias wore my stance, my posture, but their eyes reflected no firelight, no life. They stood waiting, patient, as if rehearsing for something I hadn't agreed to join. The duplicates stood at the tree line, their bodies arranged with such deliberate stillness that even the wind seemed afraid to move them. Every one of us stared, paralyzed, hearts hammering in unison. I counted them in the dim light. Not just 4, not 8, but dozens. Shapes with my height, Nathan's bulk, Clara's frame, Joel's restless posture. They crowded the edges of vision, waiting, their outlines fluttering like shadows pinned too tightly to the trees. Joel panicked first. He shouted, grabbing his flashlight and aiming the beam toward them. The light caught nothing but bark and branches, no faces, no flesh. But when he lowered the beam, the figures had shifted closer, as if distance had shrunk while we blinked. "Don't look at them," I whispered. My voice felt scraped raw. "Don't." "Too late," Clara screamed. She pointed toward the slope behind us, where 4 more figures now stood on the rocks, framed by the last bleeding line of sunset. They were us, each one perfectly mimicked, but slack in their movement as if puppets awaiting strings. Nathan dropped the trail camera, the small device cracking open on the stone. For a sick instant, I thought I heard it laugh as it split, a tiny digital chuckle crackling from its speakers before dying out. He grabbed Clara's wrist, pulling her close. "We run," he hissed. "We're..." Joel snapped, his face pale. "We're already lost. They're everywhere." I forced myself to breathe, to remember every survival instinct etched into me over years of wilderness. Rules of direction, rules of fire, rules of calm. But none of those rules covered this. You can't plan for the moment the forest starts speaking back in your own voice. The air grew heavy again with that synchronized breathing. It rolled through the clearing like a tide, pressing against our chests, slowing our own lungs until we inhaled and exhaled in rhythm with it. The forest wanted us to join, to lie down, to match the stillness we'd seen in the footage. "No!" I whispered, my body trembling. "We don't stop." I seized Joel's shoulder, forcing him forward. He resisted for a heartbeat, then stumbled into motion. Nathan followed, half dragging Clara, and together we pushed down the slope, away from the outcrop. The duplicates did not chase, not in the way predators chase prey. They simply appeared, first at the edges, then closer, always present no matter how far we staggered. By full dark we were delirious, weaving through underbrush, cutting our hands on branches. My compass needle spun aimlessly, useless. Joel cursed with every breath. Clara wept quietly. Nathan kept muttering to himself, short, frantic prayers or fragments of reason, I couldn't tell. And then we stumbled into a hollow where the earth dipped like a bowl. In the center stood another cairn formation, but this one was different. It was larger, more deliberate, stones stacked high into 4 distinct effigies. At their bases lay belongings: a torn jacket I recognized as Joel's, a bootless of Nathan's, Clara's hair tie, and, my breath stopped, my own knife, the one I'd tucked inside my pack. Yet my pack still clung to my shoulders unbroken, the knife sheath strapped tight. The forest had written ahead of us again. It had already laid out what we would leave behind. Clara dropped to her knees, sobbing openly. "We're already dead," she whispered. It's showing us what's coming." "Shut up," Joel snapped, though his voice cracked like a child's. He kicked at one of the effigies, but the stones held unmoving. As though mortared together by something stronger than soil, Nathan crouched, his hands trembling as he reached for the bootless at the base of the second cairn. His face twisted. "It's mine," he murmured. "It's really mine." "Leave it," I barked, grabbing his wrist. "Don't touch anything." He stared at me, eyes wide and wild. "What does it want from us?" "Elias." The truth lodged in my throat like glass. The answer was simple and terrible. It wanted us to match the script. It wanted us to lie down in the hollow, still as the footage, until we became the stones ourselves. I forced us onward. We stumbled away from the hollow, tripping over roots, every step heavier than the last. The forest's breathing followed, closer now, louder, each inhale rattling the leaves, each exhale dimming the stars. By some merciful trick of fate, or maybe by the forest's own design, we reached the spruce grove again. The camera Nathan had set earlier still clung to its tree, red light blinking faintly. None of us wanted to look at it, but our eyes betrayed us. The newest clip glowed on the small screen. There we were, all 4 of us, standing in the grove exactly as we stood now. Every twitch, every breath matched perfectly, as if the camera had predicted the moment before we lived it. Then, one by one, the versions on screen collapsed, folding to the ground like puppets with their strings cut. The recording ended. Clara screamed again and turned to flee, but Nathan grabbed her arm. Don't run, please." His voice cracked into desperation. Joel lost all restraint. He bolted, shoving past us into the darkness. His flashlight swung wildly, carving tunnels of white through the trees. We shouted his name, but his figure disappeared, swallowed whole. For a long moment there was only silence. Then his scream split the night. It came from everywhere at once, echoing through the trees, spiraling higher until it broke into laughter. Not Joel's laugh, but a distorted imitation, jagged and cruel. When it ended, the forest exhaled in relief, and Joel did not return. Clara collapsed against Nathan, sobbing into his chest. He clutched her tight, rocking her as though to soothe her, though his own face was pale with terror. I stood frozen, hands shaking, rage and helplessness boiling together. Joel was gone, and if we stayed, we would follow. We have to keep moving, I said. It wants us still. That's the only way it wins. We keep moving. But I was lying to myself. Each step only carried us deeper into its design. The forest wasn't guiding us out. It was folding us inward, trapping us in a loop of its choosing. Hours passed in a blur. At times I thought I saw dawn light ahead, but when we stumbled closer, it was only pale mist rising from the ground. My watch stopped ticking at 20:13 a.m. and never resumed. Time had become a wheel, and we were bound to its center. Clara faltered, whispering, I can't walk anymore. Nathan begged her to stand, but her legs buckled. She slid down against a tree, eyes unfocused, lips moving in a quiet chant I couldn't hear. Shapes gathered around her. At first they were only shadows, but then one stepped forward into half-light. It was Clara, perfectly duplicated, except her face bore no eyes. Only smooth pale skin stretched across the sockets. The duplicate bent down, mirroring her posture, and when Clara's body sagged to the earth, the copy straightened as if satisfied. Nathan howled, lunging at it, but the shape dissolved into smoke and branches. Clara did not move again. Nathan's sobs tore through me. He clutched her body, shaking her, begging her to wake. But she was already folded into silence, another line fulfilled. I dragged him away, though he fought me. The forest was no place to mourn. If we stayed, we would both be swallowed. His grief burned like fire, but fear kept his legs moving. Near dawn, if it was dawn, we found the gorge again. The stream gurgled low, its water black in the dim light. Relief flared in me. Water meant direction. If we followed it, we might break the loop. We stumbled along its edge, Nathan half dead with grief, me running on instinct alone. Then we saw them, at the bend of the gorge. On the bank ahead, 4 sleeping bags lay in a row. Ours, identical, zipped up, each bulging with the shape of a body inside. I stopped cold. Nathan staggered forward, his face ashen. That's us, he whispered. I wanted to deny it, to turn back, but the truth was carved into every detail. The bags were arranged exactly as we had seen on the first footage. The forest had prepared our resting place. The shapes inside stirred faintly as though breathing. I stared at my own bag, at the subtle rise and fall of its chest, and nausea ripped through me. That was me, already lying there, already still, already written. Nathan dropped to his knees, laughter bubbling out of him in ragged gasps. It's done. We're done. We've been here the whole time. I seized his shoulders, shaking him desperate. No. Listen to me. We don't get in those bags. We don't match it. Do you hear me? We don't. But his eyes were glassy, unfocused. Slowly he crawled toward his duplicate, hands outstretched as if to embrace his own stillness. I screamed, dragged him back, but the forest roared with breath, drowning me out. Nathan twisted free, crawling into the bag. As he lay down, the zipper slid shut on its own, sealing him inside. The rise and fall of the shape continued, one seamless breath shared between him and the forest. And then there was one. I ran. I don't know how far or in what direction. Branches tore my skin. Stones split my hands. The forest bent around me, the path never straight, always folding, always circling. Behind me I heard footsteps. Mine, Nathan's, Joel's, Clara's, all once, all wrong. When I burst into daylight, I didn't question it. I stumbled out onto a gravel road, collapsing in a heap. A ranger found me hours later, delirious, mumbling. They asked about the others. I had no words. We never found them. No trace of their bodies, no tents, no packs. Only one trail camera recovered, its memory card empty. And yet sometimes when I close my eyes, I see them lying in those bags, breathing softly, endlessly, while the forest waits. I should have turned back the moment we saw ourselves sleeping. But I didn't, and now the forest has written me too. I am only borrowing time until the script reaches its final page. My name is Nola Fenn. I was raised in a small mountain town where the rhythms of hunting season dictated the pace of life, and where the trails behind our homes ran deeper than the streets ever did. The forests have always been a place I trusted, not blindly, but with the respect that comes from long familiarity. I knew the language of elk sign, could read the bent grass and the rubbed bark, could sense when something large had moved through a valley only hours before. That knowledge gave me confidence. a confidence that would later betray me. We believed we were following elk into the gorge, but what we tracked became something else entirely, something that did not belong to any living creature I had ever known. I should have noticed sooner. I should have turned us back before the trail bent too sharply and the shadows gathered too thickly. But I did not, and because of that, what I am about to tell you still burns in my memory as the single gravest mistake of my life. The trip had begun in the kind of autumn air that carries both sharpness and promise. The forest was brittle with yellow leaves, and the morning smelled of wood smoke drifting from cabins far below. My companions, Jonas and Willa, were siblings, both experienced hikers, both eager to test their luck in the backcountry where hunters seldom went. Jonas carried a bow strung tightly with the kind of reverence his father had taught him. Willa, younger by 3 years, kept a leather-bound journal tucked in her pack, claiming she wanted to record not just the practical details of the trail, but also the impressions of silence, the shapes of dreams that came when the mountains pressed down around us. I thought her sentimentality endearing, though I teased her for it, calling her our scribe of shadows. She only laughed. The sound brightened the cold air and reminded me that someday, when memories blurred, it would be her notes that told the truth of what happened. We left before dawn on the third day, intent on cutting across a stretch of ridgeline into a gorge locals called Blackhorn Hollow. I had heard of it before, rumors spoken in gas stations and on porches, but no warnings that ever seemed more than the usual exaggerations small towns cling to. The name itself came from elk, or so I had been told. Great bulls had once clashed in the hollow during rut, their antlers echoing like drums against the stone walls. If there was danger in the place, I assumed it was only the sort nature always offered: loose shale, sudden storms, the possibility of an animal too cornered to know fear. Nothing beyond that. It was Jonas who first spotted the sign. A line of tracks pressed deep into the mud of a creek bed, fresh enough that water still seeped into them. The edges were sharp, the shape unmistakable: elk, and large ones. The 3 of us followed without hesitation, the excitement of the hunt pulling us down the narrowing trail like a current. I remember thinking how fortunate we were, how rare it was to catch sign this clear, this unambiguous. Even Willa, who cared less about the chase, leaned forward with curiosity, sketching the impressions into her journal with a quick hand. But within a mile, something shifted. At first it was subtle, a widening of the prints as though the animal had gained weight, as though it pressed harder into the soil than before. Then the stride stretched. Where once each hoof had landed with the rhythm of a powerful but natural gait, now the gaps lengthened beyond reason. I paused, crouched beside one such print, my fingers measuring the distance between strides. It was nearly twice what it should have been. When I glanced at Jonas, he only shrugged, muttering that perhaps the bull had begun to run. But no, I told him the edges of the prints were too clean for that. No sliding, no scattering of dirt. It was walking steady and deliberate, only far too long of leg for an elk. My stomach cooled at that realization, though I kept my expression measured. The mountains are full of anomalies, I reminded myself. Soil shifts, erosion plays tricks. Perhaps that was all this was. Still, we continued. The gorge tightened around us as we descended. Walls of stone rose higher with each turn, blotting out more and more of the sky. The light became dim, though the day remained bright above, and the air grew still in a way that made even our footsteps sound intrusive. Birds fell silent. Leaves hung motionless on their branches. Willa whispered that it felt as if the hollow itself were listening. I wanted to dismiss her observation, but I felt it too. Every sound seemed swallowed, every breath magnified. We pressed on, our eyes drawn always to the trail of prints that guided us deeper. The tracks grew stranger. The rounded cleft of hooves became elongated, stretched at the tips until they resembled something between a split hoof and the claw of a bird. The depth of each impression sank lower, as if whatever made them carried an impossible heaviness. At one point I placed my boot beside a print for comparison and found the span nearly 3 times wider. No elk, no moose, not even the heaviest bear could have made such a mark. I said nothing to Jonas or Willa, but they saw my silence, and it unsettled them more than words might have. Jonas shifted his bow across his shoulders and began scanning the ridgeline above as though expecting ambush. Willa no longer sketched. She only watched, lips pressed tight, eyes flicking from shadow to shadow. By the time we reached the narrowest bend of the gorge, I knew in my marrow that we were not tracking elk. I should have called an end to it. I should have insisted we turn back, climb out of that hollow, and let the mystery remain where it belonged, in mud and shadow, in rumor and silence. But I did not. Perhaps it was pride, or curiosity, or the stubborn belief that knowledge itself could not harm me. Whatever the reason, I told them we should camp there for the night, that we could continue in the morning, when the light was stronger. They agreed, though none of us spoke much as we set up the tents. The walls of the gorge loomed close, and the sky above narrowed to a thin strip where stars would later appear. As twilight fell, the prince vanished. Not faded, not trailed off into grass or stone, but ended, abruptly, as though the creature had lifted itself from the earth entirely and stepped elsewhere. We searched in widening circles until the dark made further searching foolish, but there was nothing. No broken branch, no scuffed soil, no sign at all. Just an ending, blunt and absolute. Willa looked at me with wide eyes and whispered that it felt like the ground itself had swallowed the trail. Jonas muttered curses, though I think it was to hide his own unease. We built a fire. The flames licked upward, painting the rock walls in trembling light. It should have comforted me, but instead I felt exposed, as though we had lit a beacon for something that had been waiting in the shadows. The silence of the hollow pressed closer, broken only by the occasional snap of wood. I remember listening so hard that my ears ached, certain that beneath the fire's crackle I could hear faint movement. Something pacing, just beyond the reach of light. I told myself it was only the trick of nerves, only the echo of blood rushing in my ears. But deep down, I knew better. That night, none of us slept well. I lay awake, staring at the tent ceiling, watching shadows shift whenever the fire flickered. At some point near midnight, I heard Willa's voice tremble through the thin fabric, asking if I was awake. I answered yes. She said she could hear breathing outside, not ours, not any humans. Heavy, ragged, like a bellows dragging through lungs too vast for flesh. I held my breath and listened. At first, only silence. Then, faint but undeniable, an exhale that made the embers stir as though stirred by wind. When I looked toward the fire through the mesh of the tent, I saw no movement, but the embers brightened, scattering upward as if pushed by unseen force. My throat tightened. I whispered for her to stay quiet, to wait to let it pass, but the breathing did not pass. It circled deliberate, matching the perimeter of our camp. I do not know how long it lasted. Time bent strangely in that place, seconds stretching thin until they felt like hours. At some point I must have lost the thread, because the next memory I have is of pale light creeping down the rock walls, morning clawing its way into the hollow. Jonas emerged from his tent with eyes ringed red, bow already in hand. Willa looked pale, her journal clutched tight, though she had written nothing new. We did not speak of the breathing. We did not need to. We all heard it. When I rose and walked to the spot where the prince had ended, I found something new in the soil. Not tracks, not exactly. More like impressions of weight, round and deep, as though some massive form had rested there in the night. The earth was torn, roots pulled upward, as if the ground itself had been gripped and twisted. My chest hollowed at the sight, though I forced myself to remain calm for the others. Jonas asked what I saw, and I lied, saying it was nothing more than erosion, a patch of soil slumping under its own weight. But the truth was written in the earth, undeniable, and it followed us as we packed our gear and prepared to leave the gorge. We never should have entered Blackhorn Hollow, and leaving it, as I would come to understand, would prove far more difficult than stepping in. We began climbing out of Blackhorn Hollow with the weak sun at our backs, each of us carrying a silence that weighed more heavily than the packs on our shoulders. The walls of the gorge funneled every sound back to us, the scuff of boots and clink of gear reverberating like we were trespassing in a cathedral carved from stone. It should have been a relief to leave the campsite behind, but with every step I felt the sense of being herded rather than released. The gorge did not want us gone. It was only allowing us to climb for reasons I did not yet understand. Halfway up the slope, Jonas stopped. He knelt and brushed his fingers across the soil. I leaned close, expecting to see another track, but there was nothing, just damp earth, smooth as if pressed by something broad and heavy that refused to leave its shape behind. Willa asked what he was looking at, and he shook his head, unwilling to name it. The refusal unsettled me more than if he had spoken aloud. When Jonas grew cautious, it meant he no longer trusted the rules he had lived by since boyhood. The incline steepened until our thighs burned, and still the rim above seemed no nearer. The strip of sky between the gorge walls was narrow and pale, though we had been walking for hours. At one point I checked my compass, certain we must be turned around, but the needle spun briefly before jerking north again, as if corrected by an unseen hand. I slipped the compass into my pocket and said nothing. There are times when sharing a detail only multiplies the fear. Jonas glanced at me then, and I knew he understood even without words. The mountains had rules, but Blackhorn Hollow had its own. By noon, we should have crested the ridge. Instead, we came upon a clearing we did not recognize. The gorge widened into a flat space where the soil was scoured bare, nothing growing, no leaf or stone undisturbed. In the center of that raw earth, our campfire from the night before burned again. The same pit, the same charred logs, flames licking as if we had just fed them minutes ago. Willa gasped and stumbled back, clutching her journal like a shield. Jonas raised his bow, though at what target I could not guess. I walked closer, against every instinct, and saw the embers glow with the same orange veins I had stared at through my tent walls. It was not an illusion. It was the same fire. We left it cold, Jonas said, his voice sharp. I drowned it myself. I believed him. I remembered watching him pour the last of his canteen over the pit until steam hissed and the stones cracked. Yet here it was, alive again, waiting for us. Willa whispered that we were walking in circles, but the ground was wrong. The gorge walls were different here, smoother, streaked with veins of quartz that glittered faintly in the dim light. I told her it was not a circle, it was something worse. We had been displaced, bent into a shape the land should not make. We did not camp by the fire a second time. We veered hard against the wall and pressed upward, climbing through brush and loose rock until our breath grew ragged. By late afternoon, we reached another ledge that looked promising, a break in the stone that opened into a narrow chute. Jonas led the way, scraping his knuckles on the rock to prove we were leaving a mark, proof that we were not trapped in some repeating trick. The chute was steep but manageable, and by the time we reached the top, the light had shifted to gold. Relief surged in me, but it died quickly. Beyond the ledge stretched another hollow, almost identical to the one we had just left, only deeper, its floor shrouded in mist that coiled like smoke, and at its center again a fire burned. Willa began to cry then, not loudly, but with the low shudder of someone who has seen proof of the impossible. Jonas cursed under his breath, but his hands shook as he notched an arrow. I said nothing. Words had lost their weight in that place. The fire was not a coincidence, not a mistake, not a trick of direction. It was a lure, a repetition, a reminder that we were seen. We did not descend into that hollow. Instead, we turned west along the ridge, forcing ourselves through snarled pine until our arms bled with scratches. The sun bled out behind the mountains, leaving the gorge in a shadow thicker than night should have been. My watch said only 6, but the stars already pressed against the sky. I looked for familiar constellations and found none. They were arranged in patterns I had never seen, crooked and strained, as though someone had rearranged them with rough hands. I closed my eyes, but the stars burned behind my lids all the same. We set camp on the ridge because exhaustion demanded it. The ground was uneven, the wind sharp, but none of us had the strength to push farther. Jonas insisted we take turns keeping watch. I agreed, though I doubted the value of vigilance against something we could neither see nor understand. When my turn came, the world was silent. Too silent, no insects, no owls, not even the rattle of wind through branches. Only the crackle of our small fire and the rhythm of Jonas's and Willa's breaths from their tent. I sat with my back against my pack, bow across my knees, and tried to fix my thoughts on anything ordinary. Home, the smell of coffee, the sound of church bells in town. But the silence pushed those thoughts away. At some point I realized I was not alone. Across the fire, on the far edge of its glow, a shape stood. It was tall, thin, more suggestion than body, but its presence was absolute. I froze, every instinct screaming not to move, not to breathe too loudly. The shape did not advance. It only stood watching, its edges blurring as if smoke and flesh had been bound together. The firelight seemed to bend toward it, drawn into its form. I gripped the bow tighter, but my hands would not obey the thought of raising it. I do not know how long it watched me. The stars wheeled overhead, rearranging themselves into arcs that pointed down toward the hollow below, as though reminding me of the path we had tried to escape. Finally, without sound, the figure receded, melting backward into the dark. The fire flared once, sparks lifting as if pulled by breath, then settled. I did not wake the others. At dawn, I almost believed I had drowned it, until I saw the ground. Around the camp, impressions circled us. Not tracks, not like any I had ever studied, but shallow depressions spaced too widely to be human steps, too irregular for hooves. They pressed only the surface, never breaking the soil, as though something unimaginably heavy had hovered inches above and still left its weight behind. Jonas knelt to study them, but his jaw clenched, and he turned away without a word. Willa refused even to look. We descended again, this time following no compass, no sense of direction, only the desperate urge to be moving, to be away. The land changed subtly as we walked. The trees grew taller, their trunks twisted, bark grooved with spirals that looked carved but were not. Some of them had faces, or what could be mistaken for faces, knots and hollows forming eyes, cracks splitting into jagged mouths. Willa pressed her hand against one and jerked back, as though it had pulsed beneath her palm. By afternoon, we reached water, a pool, so still it reflected the trees perfectly, though the reflection was wrong. Where the branches reached up in the real forest, they bent downward in the mirror of the pool, like claws dragging toward the depths. We circled it carefully, but no matter which side we walked, our reflections lagged behind by a step or two, as though we were being followed inside the water. Jonas lost his patience then. He drew an arrow, nocked it, and loosed it into the pool. The shaft struck with a sharp crack, but instead of sinking, it vanished. No ripple, no splash, simply gone, as though the water had swallowed it whole. Willa screamed at him for his recklessness, but Jonas only muttered that he would not be toyed with. His bravado fooled no one. We continued until the light bled away again. The gorge never ended. Each turn revealed another wall, another slope, another impossible bend that led only deeper. I began to realize we might never leave. That night we did not build a fire. We huddled in the dark, too afraid of what it might summon, too afraid of seeing another figure step into the light. The cold bit through our coats, but fear kept us from sleep more than the chill. At some hour I cannot name, Willa reached for my hand. Her fingers trembled, and she whispered that she had written something in her journal I needed to see. I struck a match to read it, shielding the flame with my palm. On the page in her neat script, she had recorded the day, our movements, the strange fire, the figure I had seen. But beneath her words, etched in ink far darker, was a line she swore she had not written: "You are not following. You are being led." The match died, but the words burned behind my eyes long after. We woke to fog so dense it pressed like fabric against our faces. Every tree, every rock, every breath blurred into white. I could not even see Jonas's hand, though he stood only a step away. The gorge walls had vanished into the haze, leaving us suspended in a world where the ground existed only because our boots touched it. Willa clutched her journal, whispering that the fog was not natural, that it had weight, that it carried sound wrong. She was right. Each word she spoke seemed to hang in the air, repeated faintly, like another voice practicing behind hers. We tried to walk. There was no direction left, only instinct, only the desperate belief that movement might save us. But the fog distorted distance. A single tree would appear yards away, then suddenly loom close enough to brush our shoulders. Once I thought I saw a figure moving ahead, tall and thin, and I rushed forward. When the fog parted, it was Jonas standing there, though he swore he had not moved at all. The land was folding us, twisting us, bending us back toward a center we had not chosen. The prints returned, at first faint, then clearer, pressed into the damp earth with impossible force. They were wider than before, stretched so long that I wondered if the creature that made them had continued to grow, as if each night added to its length. The edges were sharp, each cleft deeper than my boots could press even if I jumped. Jonas refused to look at them. Willa sketched them anyway, her hands shaking so violently that the lines wavered across the page. She whispered that she had to, because if we did not remember, no one would believe what had happened. We followed the prints, though we did not mean to. They curved subtly, always drawing us forward until we no longer fought against them. The fog parted once to reveal another clearing, though this one was different. The ground was carved with grooves, long parallel lines that cut deep into the soil, as if something enormous had been dragged across it. In the center stood a cairn of stones, stacked so precisely they could not be the work of weather. On the topmost stone, carved deep, was a symbol, two crescents interlocked, points facing outward. It was not any mark of trail or hunting sign I knew. Willa whispered that it resembled eyes, wide and unblinking. Jonas lifted his bow then, as though he could frighten stone. I wanted to laugh at the futility, but the air pressed too heavy on my chest. When I stepped closer to the cairn, the grooves in the soil began to tremble, faint at first, then vibrating so violently I stumbled back. The stones clattered as if struck by an unseen hand, but they did not fall. They only shuddered, holding their shape as the earth quaked beneath them. The sound that followed was low and wet, like something enormous dragging breath through a throat too narrow. We ran, none of us spoke, none of us looked back. The gorge stretched and bent, but somehow the fog gave way to a new landscape. The ground grew marshy, soft, every step sinking deeper until water soaked our boots. Trees leaned overhead, their trunks warped into arches that looked less like growth and more like bones. The air smelled of rot, and beneath that rot, faintly, the copper tang of blood. That night we had no fire, no warmth. We sat pressed together in the wet, listening. The breathing returned, circling again, closer this time. I dared to lift my head, peering through the fog, and I saw them, not one shape but many. Tall, thin figures ringing our camp in silence. Their limbs were too long, their heads too narrow, as if stretched by unseen hands. Their eyes glowed faintly, not with color, but with reflected firelight, except we had no fire. I realized then what the burning pits had been, not safety, but mirrors of them, invitations to see what stalked us. Jonas raised his bow. His arrow trembled in the string, then snapped loose, vanishing into the fog. No sound followed. No strike, no thud, no cry. Only silence, and then a step forward, closer. The prints pressing into the soil at the edge of sight. Willa clutched my arm, whispering over and over that we should not move, that they were measuring us. I do not know if we slept, or if the hours passed without time. When the fog thinned at dawn, the figures were gone, but the soil around us was ruined. Every inch of ground had been pressed with prints, overlapping, widening, stretching. Some were larger than our tents, each cleft deep enough to drown a hand. Jonas said nothing. Willa rode in silence. I felt something in me crack, the kind of fracture that does not heal. We found the stream by accident. Its water was black as oil, though it moved swiftly. Thirst forced us to it, though none dared drink. Instead, we followed it, hoping it would lead us downward, out of the gorge. For hours we trailed its twisting course, until the sound of rushing water grew louder. Relief surged, until we reached the falls. It did not fall into a river. It fell into nothing, a sheer drop into a void that stretched too wide for the gorge to contain. The water poured into that emptiness and vanished without splash, without mist, without sound. The void did not reflect the sky. It reflected us. 3 figures on its rim, staring into an abyss that stared back. Willa screamed and threw her journal into it. The book vanished midair, snuffed like the arrow Jonas had loosed into the pool. I dragged her back from the edge, but she fought, sobbing that she had seen herself in the void, older, broken, trapped there. Jonas swore we had to keep moving, though his voice was thin, stripped of certainty. We turned away from the falls, but the gorge had shifted again. The stream no longer flowed at our feet. The ground sloped upward into stone ridges I did not recognize. My body ached with hunger, my throat raw with thirst, yet I felt no true weakness. It was as though the gorge would not let us collapse. It wanted us aware. That night I dreamed, or thought I did. I stood in the clearing again, before the cairn of stones. But this time, the symbol had changed. The crescents had widened until they formed a circle, perfect and whole. Within the circle, something pulsed, a light that beat like a heart. When I woke, Willa was gone. Jonas and I tore through the fog, calling her name, but our voices returned to us warped, older, raspier, closer. We found her journal lying on the soil, though she had thrown it into the void. Its last page was filled with words I knew were not hers. It has chosen. Two may leave. One must remain. Jonas raged, tearing the pages, scattering them into the fog. But the words had already burned into me. Two may leave. One must remain. The gorge had rules, and we had trespassed far enough to be bound by them. I looked at Jonas then, and I think he saw the same thought in me. Neither of us spoke it. We did not need to. We searched until our voices broke, but Willa did not return. The fog lifted by degrees that morning, and for the first time I saw the rim of the gorge ahead. It was there, close, reachable. The trail leading upward looked real, solid, undeniable. Jonas stared at it, then at me, then at the ground where Willa's prints should have been but were not. Finally, he shouldered his bow and walked. I followed. The climb was brutal, but the air grew thinner, brighter, until at last we stepped out onto a ridge where the sun burned fierce and the valley spread wide below. Birds wheeled in the distance. The wind carried scents of pine and earth, real scents, alive scents. Relief should have filled me, it did not. Jonas dropped to his knees, gasping, clutching the soil as if to anchor himself to reality. I looked back once, only once, and I saw it, the hollow below, still choked with fog, still waiting. The cairn of stone stood in its center, the circle carved deeper now, glowing faintly even in daylight. And beside it, a figure stood, tall, thin, arms too long, its head turned upward, watching us. We did not speak of it. We descended the ridge, stumbled into forest, and finally into fields where the road met us like an old friend. We returned to town days later, starved, hollow-eyed, and silent. No one asked about Willa. Perhaps they already knew not to. Perhaps the gorge had taken others before. I never went back to Blackhorn Hollow. But at night, sometimes, I hear it still, the breathing slow and heavy, circling the edges of my sleep. And when I wake, there are prints outside my door, widening, stretching, waiting for the day I follow them again. My name is Vincent Hale, and I am a professional wilderness guide contracted to lead hunting expeditions in Glacier National Park. Over the past decade, I have escorted dozens of groups into the backcountry, many of them eager for trophies and stories they could boast about when they returned to their cities and offices. I learned to keep my tone steady, my directions clear, and my presence reassuring. Yet even as I presented myself as competent and unshakable, I have always known that the mountains here belong to no one. The landscape is sovereign, the rules older than memory. It demands respect, and more than that, it demands vigilance. My account is not easy for me to recount, for it remains etched into my thoughts, a memory that stalks me even when I am far from the ridges and valleys. What I witnessed with 4 men in the late-season hunt still unsettles me. I give it to you in the plainest words I can, so you may understand how we set out whole and returned broken. The 4 hunters were acquaintances rather than close companions. Their names were Robert, Simon, Clay, and Harris. All were in their early 40s, businessmen who had pooled their money together for what they called the real Montana experience. They wanted elk, and more than elk, and wanted photographs, the kind where the wilderness seems to bow around them, framing their conquest. They were not careless men, but they underestimated the park. When we first met at the trailhead, their packs were overstuffed with gadgets and comforts. Battery-powered lanterns, collapsible chairs, and even a case of bottled beer lashed with bungee cords. I suggested trimming the weight. Harris, who seemed to be the leader, gave me a tight smile and said, "That's why we hired you, Vincent. You can handle the hard part." I let it pass. A guide learns when to press and when to hold silence. The ascent into the high country was slow, the autumn air already sharp, the wind dragging down early snow that clung in white films along the shaded slopes. I carried most of what truly mattered: maps, rifle, rope, first aid, and the knowledge of where to go and where not to linger. Glacier is a place of beauty, but it is also a labyrinth, filled with valleys that twist into one another until direction loses meaning. Many who enter without experience do not return. The hunters laughed much of the first day, their voices echoing against stone and pine. They were not cruel, only unaware that sound carries in ways it should not hear. That evening we made camp beside a stream that ran clear and fast, its surface flashing with fading light. I instructed them in the order of tasks: fire before nightfall, food hung high, perimeter checked for sign. They humored me, though I could see they thought some of it excessive. As darkness closed in, the forest grew still. That stillness is never empty, it is thick, filled with watching. Most people never notice, or if they do, they dismiss it as fancy. I have learned to listen. Sometime after midnight I woke. The fire had gone to embers. A faint sound carried through the trees, not the snapping of branches, not the tread of hooves, but something like the dragging of fabric across bark. I rose quietly, took my rifle, and stepped from my tent. The others were asleep, their snores muffled. The sound faded as quickly as it had come. I stood for a long time beneath the stars before returning to my bedroll. My unease felt like a splinter under the skin, tiny but insistent. We pushed deeper on the second day, climbing toward higher basins where elk often feed. The men were eager, though their strides slowed with altitude. The land revealed itself in abrupt grandeur. Glacial cirques carved like bowls in the mountains, waterfalls frozen in mid-plunge, meadows turned brittle by frost. Signs of elk were present: fresh scat, bark rubbed from saplings, tracks pressed deep into mud. The hunters grew animated, whispering strategies, planning their shots. I reminded them to keep their rifles ready but not reckless. The park has its predators too: grizzlies, wolves, even cougars. That reminder sobered them, if only briefly. By late afternoon, clouds rolled over the peaks, iron gray and swollen. We set camp in a hollow sheltered by firs. Again, I ordered food hung, tents spaced, and firewood stacked. They followed the motions with less complaint this time, their laughter dulled by fatigue. When night fell, snow began to drift down, soft and persistent. It gathered along the tents and hissed against the flames. I woke once more in the dark, this time to silence so absolute it pressed against my ears. The snowfall had ceased. I listened, and again came that faint dragging sound. Closer now. My hand found the rifle beside me. I eased the zipper and leaned out. The fire glowed low. Shapes of the tents hunched in pale outlines. Nothing moved, yet the silence carried weight like a held breath. I waited until my limbs stiffened from cold, then slid back inside. Sleep did not return. At dawn I roused the men, and we broke camp under a sky rinsed clean, the peaks burning gold in first light. They seemed unaware of the night, their spirits buoyed again by the hunt. Tracks led us along a narrow gorge, elk prints pressed deep, though as we followed, I saw them widen, each step longer, broader, until the impression no longer matched the animal we sought. I said nothing. Perhaps it was only the snow melting, distorting shape. That was the explanation I clung to, though unease gnawed at me. By late day we established camp in a basin ringed with cliffs. It was a place chosen for practicality, shelter from wind, a stream nearby, enough flat ground for 4 tents and a fire. We cooked what little game we had taken, drank from their dwindling supply of beer, and settled in. I kept watch longer than usual, scanning the perimeter until the fire was low. When at last I lay down, the unease swelled in my chest, heavy and certain, though I could not name its cause. Morning broke, and the sun edged above the cliffs. I rose stiff and went to stir the others. The first tent I touched was Harris's. Its zipper was drawn fully shut. I called his name. No answer. I tugged the flap and froze. Inside, arranged neatly within the sleeping bag, were bones. Clean, white, articulated as if laid in careful order. No flesh remained, no clothing, no sign of struggle. Only bone. My pulse hammered. I staggered back and turned to Simon's tent. The same zipped orderly, silent, bones within. Clay's and Robert's followed. Each tent a coffin. Each man reduced to ivory remnants in the space of a single night. There was no blood, no torn fabric, no footprints leading away. Only bones stripped white. I do not remember how long I stood among those tents, the cold air searing my lungs, the light of morning too bright, too clean against that impossible sight. I wanted to shout, to run, to tear the camp apart until answers revealed themselves. Instead, I stood, rifle in hand, as the mountains loomed, silent witnesses to what I could not fathom. That was the morning I understood Glacier is not merely wilderness. It is something older, something that holds its own hunger. What it took from those 4 men, it left me to see. And in seeing, I became part of it. I did not scream. I think part of me knew instinctively that sound was a kind of invitation, and I had no wish to announce myself to whatever had done this. Instead, I stood very still, the cold tightening around me, and listened. The forest was awake in its own way, but not in the familiar rhythms I knew. No chatter of chickadees, no soft scratching of squirrels in the canopy. It was an emptiness that was not empty, a hush that seemed deliberate. The sun climbed higher, its light stretching across the basin, but the warmth did not reach me. I forced myself to kneel beside Harris's tent again, examining the bones. They were not gnawed or broken, no teeth marks, no rough tearing. They gleamed smooth, stripped in a way no predator leaves. And stranger still, the skeleton was intact, each bone aligned as if placed there with care. The skull rested atop the sleeping bag pillow facing upward. His hands, reduced now to knuckle bones and phalanges, were folded across his rib cage. It was mockery. I checked each tent the same way, though my stomach turned with every zipper I pulled. Robert, Simon, Clay, each reduced, each arranged, each sealed inside as though they had never left their beds. No signs of disturbance around the campsite, no drag marks, no footprints in the frost beyond my own, only silence. I am not ashamed to admit that I considered fleeing right then. Sling the rifle, shoulder the pack, and take the shortest route down the mountain, even if it meant abandoning gear. But something in me resisted the impulse. The mountains punish panic. People who run without thought never reach safety. They vanish into gullies or slip into ravines. Besides, a guide does not simply abandon those entrusted to him, even when they are beyond saving. My duty was to bring their remains out, or at least the truth of what had happened, so I worked. I forced myself to dismantle the tents, folding fabric with trembling hands. The bones I gathered into their respective bags, tying them closed with paracord. It was a grotesque parody of order, but it felt like the only way to grant them dignity. My gloves became dusted with chalky residue. When I paused, I realized the snow beneath my knees was unstained. No blood had ever fallen. That knowledge unsettled me more than the bones themselves. By noon, the sky shifted, clouds pushing in fast, the kind that brings sudden weather. Glacier is merciless when storms descend. I could not risk staying in that basin another night. I packed what I could, maps, stove, essentials, and left the rest. 4 packs of gear and supplies left abandoned beside the fire pit. I shouldered my own, heavier now with its grim cargo, and set out down the gorge we had followed the day before. The land seemed altered. The gorge twisted longer than memory, the stone walls leaning closer, shadows stretching against me. I told myself it was the weight of shock, but another part of me knew better. Glacier has a way of reshaping itself when it wishes. My boots struck rock, struck snow, struck roots that seemed to rise higher with each step. I kept my rifle ready, my eyes scanning constantly, though I never glimpsed movement. What unnerved me most was the sense that I was being observed not from one place, but from all places at once. Hours passed. The air thickened. My breath rose in white plumes, the weight of the pack bowing my shoulders. The gorge should have opened by now into broader terrain, but it did not. The ridges repeated themselves, like a dream folding back on its own pattern. My legs weakened. I stopped, leaned against a boulder, and drank. The water from my canteen was metallic, bitterer than it should have been. I considered turning back to the basin, but the thought chilled me more than pressing forward. I could not return to those orderly tents, to those silent white remnants. so I kept walking. By late day the light dimmed, though the sun should still have been above the peaks. Shadows lengthened unnaturally. The gorge bent, and I entered a small meadow surrounded by twisted trees. I recognized none of the landmarks. This was not the trail we had come up. My chest tightened. I had studied these mountains for years. I knew their drainages and ridgelines, the folds and spurs that shaped their valleys. Yet here I was, in a place that should not exist. I made camp in that meadow because I had no choice. Fatigue clawed at me, and the weight of the pack threatened to topple me. I cleared snow, set the tent quickly, and forced down a meal from the rations. The bones of the hunters rested inside the sealed bags, stacked like cargo at the edge of the tent. I could not bring myself to leave them outside. As darkness fell, the stillness returned, thicker, heavier. I sat by the fire until the wood was low, then crawled into the tent. Sleep did not come easily. I drifted in and out, the silence pressing, the faint sound of dragging fabric reaching my ears again. When I jolted upright, the sound had stopped. My lamp glowed weakly, casting the nylon walls in amber. I checked the zipper. It was closed. I do not know when I slept again, but when I opened my eyes at dawn, I found the bags of bones had been unsealed. The paracord ties I had knotted tight were undone. The drawstrings slack. The bones themselves were gone. My throat closed. I lurched out of the tent, scanning the meadow. Nothing, no tracks in the snow. No sign of disturbance, only the empty bags. It was as though the mountain had reclaimed them in the night, stripping me even of the proof of what I had seen. Panic surged then. I shouldered my pack, left the empty bags behind, and began moving without direction, only the desperate urge to escape. The meadow opened into another gorge, this one narrower, the walls steep and black with lichen. I pushed through, my breath ragged, until I reached a split in the path. To the left, the gorge widened. To the right, it narrowed into a shadowed cleft. I chose left. But as I walked, the walls closed in any way, narrowing, pressing. The sky above shrank to a ribbon. My boot struck stone that rang too hollow, as if a void opened beneath it. The air smelled of metal, and faintly, of something sweet, like decay disguised as flowers. I pressed on. The gorge bent again and again, each turn identical. Time slipped. My watch hands did not move. I stared at the dial, its second hand frozen, though my heart thundered in my chest. And then, faint on the wind, I heard voices. Louder, low, and familiar. My breath caught. It was the hunters, Robert, Simon, Clay Harris. Their voices rose in camaraderie, echoing down the gorge, though warped, stretched like a recording played too slowly. I called their names before I realized what I was doing. My voice bounced back, distorted, older, raspier, not entirely my own. The laughter ceased. Silence fell. And then, from around the bend, came the dragging sound again, closer than ever. I lifted the rifle, my hands shaking. The sound grew louder, fabric on stone, a patient scrape, coming nearer with every heartbeat. That was when I knew the park had no intention of letting me leave. The scrape drew closer, steady, deliberate, unhurried, as though whatever made it already knew I had nowhere left to go. My arms ached from holding the rifle ready, but I dared not lower it. My pulse pounded in my temples, each beat a hammer against the silence. The bend of the gorge glowed faintly, light bouncing strangely against the stone. The sound stopped. My breath clouded the cold air. I called once more, though my voice cracked as it left my throat. Who's there? The echo returned, but not my words. It was laughter again, my hunter's laughter, layered with something deeper, something that was not human. And then it began. Around the bend, white fragments spilled across the rock, bones, dozens, hundreds, clattering in impossible rhythm. As though carried by an invisible current, they slid and tumbled until they gathered into heaps that shivered and rose, held together not by sinew but by will. I staggered back, nearly dropping the rifle. The heaps grew into shapes, human in outline but grotesque in detail, skulls grinning wide, ribs creaking, spines jerking upright. 4 of them, moving in jerks and tremors, like marionettes with strings pulled by unseen hands. The hunters. I knew it not because of their faces. Those were long gone, but because of how they moved. Harris's slight lean to the left, Clay's restless shifting of weight, Simon's habit of clasping his hands behind his back even in idle stance. Recognition was a blade sharper than fear. They stepped toward me in unison, their bones clicking, hollow sockets fixed where eyes had once been. My rifle rose of its own accord. I fired. The crack shattered the gorge, thunder chasing it down the stone. The nearest skeleton jerked as the bullet punched through its sternum. The bones exploded outward, clattering across the ground. Relief surged, until I saw the pieces tremble, then rise again, reforming, slotting neatly back into place. Whole again. I fired twice more, desperation overtaking reason. Both shots tore through, scattering fragments. Both times the fragments reassembled. The laughter returned, louder, echoing not only from the hunters but from the walls themselves, as though the gorge mocked me. I stopped firing. My cartridges were finite. I lowered the weapon, chest heaving, and turned to flee back the way I had come. But the gorge had shifted. The split where I had chosen left instead of right no longer existed. The walls pressed in behind me, stone seamless, leaving only one way forward through the four skeletal forms advancing step by step. My boots slid on loose shale as I backed away. I whispered, half to myself, half to them. "What do you want from me?" The words echoed, warped, came back as four voices overlapping. "Stay." That single word nearly broke me. I stumbled into the wall of the gorge, stone rough against my shoulders. The skeletons stopped only feet away, their skulls tilted. The silence deepened again, that thick, deliberate hush. And then the dragging sound returned, not from them, but from above, along the unseen heights of the gorge walls. A slow pull, like something vast shifting its weight. Snow dusted down, shaken loose from the cliffs. I craned my head upward. For a moment, I glimpsed shapes too large, too strange. Limbs bent at wrong angles, bodies stretching across the rock, as if the mountain itself had skeletons crawling within it. The sight hollowed me, drained me of all sense of scale or sanity. The four hunters lifted their arms in unison, as though pointing. Behind them the gorge opened into darkness. Not a shadowed passage, but true darkness. Absolute, as though the mountain had birthed a wound in its side. The air seeping from it smelled of metal and flowers again, sweet and suffocating. I understood then they were not barring my path. They were herding me toward it. My hands shook. My mind raced through useless options. To turn back was impossible. The way had sealed. To fight was futile. Bones reformed. To stay was to obey the word they had spoken. And so, against everything in me, I stepped forward. The skeletons parted, their movements mechanical, their sockets never leaving me. I passed between them, the air around me colder than the snow itself. Their jaws opened as I went by, creaking wide, but no sound emerged. Only silence, heavy as stone. The wound in the mountain loomed ahead. I could not see its end. I could not even see if it had an end. It was absence itself, a hollow carved into the world. I paused at its edge, staring into that nothing. My body wanted to collapse, to surrender, but something inside me, a stubborn spark of self, refused. I turned my head once back toward the skeletons. They stood in a row, still watching, and though they had no flesh, I swore they smiled. I stepped into the dark. The world vanished, no cold, no warmth, no sound. My body felt weightless, suspended in black. My mind stretched thin, pulled in every direction. Shapes flickered, memories, places, people, my childhood home, my first hunt, faces of strangers. All of it twisted, stretched, distorted until I could no longer tell what belonged to me. A voice came then, not spoken, not heard, but embedded directly into me. "You are guide, you bring them here, you bring them always." I shook my head, though I had no body to shake. "No," I said, or thought, "I don't bring them, I protect them." The voice pressed deeper. "You brought four, you will bring more. You are ours." I felt the weight of the pack still on my shoulders, though it was no longer there. Bones shifting inside it, the bags I had tied, the dust on my gloves. I tried to scream, but no sound emerged, only silence, infinite and patient. When I woke, I was lying at the trailhead where we had begun. The sun was rising, painting the peaks in fire. My gear was with me, my rifle beside me. The hunter's truck was gone, so were their names, carved from anything official. No permits, no contracts, no record they had ever entered Glacier. I staggered to my feet, stumbling toward the ranger station. When I arrived, I tried to explain. The ranger on duty listened, his face blank, and finally said, "No group went in with you, Vincent. You signed in alone." He showed me the ledger. Only my name. I argued, begged, described the men. Their faces, their laughter. He only shook his head. "You've been out there too long," he said. "Glacier does that sometimes. Go home. Rest." But I knew what I had seen. What I had carried, what I had stepped into. That night I lay awake in my bed miles away from the park, but the silence followed me. Not the natural quiet of night, but the heavy hush of the basin, of the meadow, of the gorge. When I closed my eyes, I heard the dragging sound, steady, patient. I dream of bones now. Not scattered, not broken, but arranged, always arranged. I dream of white hands folding themselves across rib cages, of skulls resting on pillows. And in those dreams, I hear the voice again, "You are guide. You will bring more. I do not return to Glacier anymore. I cannot, yet I fear it does not matter where I go. The silence waits. The mountains hunger. And I am still listening. Because the truth is this, I guided 4 hunters into Glacier Park. At sunrise, their tents were still zipped, but inside were only bones stripped white. And the park let me leave only because it knows I will return, not in body, but in duty. I am its guide now, whether I walk those ridges again or not. And when the silence falls heavy around you, when the night grows too still, remember me. Remember Vincent Hale, because the park is watching, and it is hungry still. My name is Tessa Marrow, and I have spent more nights in the Shenandoah backcountry than I have spent in my own bed. For most of my adult life, guiding hunters through the ridges and valleys of this park has been my livelihood. The wilderness here is older than any map, older than the stone foundations of the farmhouses swallowed by the forest, older than the graves marked with nothing but field stones. There is a permanence to it, a weight pressing in from every shadowed hollow. And perhaps that is why people hire me, not only for my knowledge of the trails, but because they know this land will not give up its secrets easily, and it does not forgive mistakes. When the 4 men approached me at the trailhead one pale October morning, I had already decided to take them on. They carried the usual blend of confidence and unease that city hunters wear like mismatched clothing. One of them introduced himself as Donnelly, another as Ward. The other 2 spoke little, content to let their companions fill the silence. They had permits, tags, and gear that looked newer than their boots. Their voices carried with the brittle cheer of men expecting adventure, not consequence. I guided them up the ridgeline, through groves of oak where the ground crunched with acorns, into hollows where the air smelled of leaf rot and water stone. The Shenandoah can seem tame from a highway overlook, but step off the marked trail and it swallows you whole. I knew the paths, the game runs where deer and bear moved, the dry gullies where rain carved sudden rivers, the remnants of old roads hidden beneath thorn and sapling. My job was not only to find them game, but to bring them home intact. That first evening, we made camp along a low saddle between ridges. The hunters laughed over whiskey and jerky, and I let them. I have learned not to dampen spirits too quickly, though I reminded them to keep food tied high and fire low. Their laughter bled into the forest like light into water, distorting and fading until only the crackle of fire remained. I slept lightly, as I always do, waking at every snap of twig or shuffle of leaves. At dawn, I was the first awake. Mist pressed between the trees like gauze, and the fire had smoldered into ash. I walked past the tents, checking gear and the perimeter. That was when I noticed Donnelly's face. He was sitting up groggy, rubbing his eyes. For a second, I thought it was a trick of the morning haze, but his features seemed wrong. His mouth, his jawline, even the set of his brow looked oddly familiar. He looked like me. Not exactly, of course. But there was something in the tilt of his nose, the sharpness of his cheekbones, the pale lines beneath his eyes. He caught me staring and asked what was wrong, and I brushed it off. Perhaps it was the light or exhaustion. I told myself that. The wilderness has a way of blurring distinctions, sanding people down until they all look worn the same. We spent the day moving deeper into the park. They fired at deer but missed. I marked a trail with stone cairns so I could guide us back if the forest decided to fold in on itself. as it sometimes does. Shenandoah has a way of shifting beneath you. Old hollows appearing where none were, streams vanishing, trails leading in circles. The men complained of sore feet, heavy packs, thin air. That night, I built another fire and cooked venison I had carried from a previous trip. By the next morning, the second man, Ward, emerged from his tent, and I felt the same jolt. His face carried the same strange resemblance, not exact but undeniable. His eyes had taken on the pale hazel shade of mine, the corners of his mouth curving in a way that mirrored me. He greeted me with an ease that felt rehearsed, as though we were kin who had known each other forever. The others noticed nothing, or if they did, they said nothing. I tried to ignore it. The human mind sees patterns where none exist. Perhaps it was hunger, or the silence of the woods, or the way the mist clung to everything like a second skin. Still, I could not shake the sense that my reflection was multiplying, stepping out of mirrors I had never touched. On the third morning, the changes deepened. The third man, whose name I had barely caught, crawled from his tent, his face carrying my lines, my structure. His voice even held a cadence like mine, as though the forest had pressed my tone into his throat. He greeted me with words I could have spoken, and I felt my chest tighten. I confronted them then, lightly, asking if they felt different, if they noticed anything unusual. They laughed, teasing me, saying the woods must be getting to me. They said perhaps we all looked alike after days without proper wash or rest, but I knew the truth in my bones. The Shenandoah has always carried stories, tales whispered of old settlers who never left, of spirits bound to stone walls hidden in the trees, of faces shifting in the mist. I never believed them. Belief is dangerous when you are a guide. It leads you into shadows that will not return you. But now, watching these men's faces hollow and reshaped toward mine, I felt belief gnaw at me. By the fourth day, all 4 hunters bore my likeness in some way. One carried my crooked smile. Another had my thin scar above the eyebrow. Even their laughter sounded like echoes of mine, overlapping until I could not tell whose voice filled the camp. I wanted to leave. Every instinct told me to turn us around, march back to the trailhead, abandon this hunt. Yet something in the woods resisted. Trails bent in directions I did not recognize. Compass needles spun. When I tried to retrace our path, I found cairns I had not built, stone stacks leading us deeper instead of out. That night the hunters, my reflections, sat close to the fire. Their eyes gleamed with a familiarity that unsettled me. One of them said, "You've done well leading us here." Another nodded, smiling with my mouth, and said, "Almost like you were meant to." Their voices overlapped like a chorus, and for the first time in years, I felt afraid of my own voice. Sleep was impossible. I lay awake, staring at the canvas of my tent, listening to the cadence of my own voice ripple through the campfire conversation. The Shenandoah pressed close, 1,000 dark trunks leaning like sentinels, their roots clutching at whatever truth I was not yet ready to name. By morning, I no longer knew if my face was my own. When I woke again, it was to the sound of my name being spoken, though I could not tell which mouth had said it. The voices outside the tent were mine, overlapping, fractured echoes circling the fire. For a long time, I did not move. I lay staring at the tent ceiling, listening as my own laugh, my own muttered curses, my own rhythm of speech carried back and forth like stones skipping across water. When I finally emerged, the 4 hunters were already awake. They turned their heads in unison, each face reflecting me in sharper detail than before. The resemblance was no longer vague or partial. It was as though someone had pressed clay over my own features and set it to dry on their skulls. I tried to speak, to assert some control, but my words stumbled. How does one confront one's own reflection? They smiled as I spoke, their lips curling into the exact same angle mine did when I attempted reassurance. We packed camp and moved. I led, because they insisted, and I found myself navigating without bearings. The cairns I had stacked had grown in number. Each time I looked back, another pile of stones stood where none had been moments before, each one shaped the same way I had learned to build them. 3 stones wide, one balanced flat on top. The careful hand of a guide who knew how to signal without words. Only these were not mine. The men, my copies, walked silently now, Their chatter had dissolved, leaving only the soft shuffle of boots and the breath of the woods around us. I felt their eyes on my back as we climbed ridges and dipped into valleys. I told myself to focus on practical things: the angle of the sun, the sound of streams, the landmarks that might still anchor us. But each landmark looked doubled, as though two ridgelines stood side by side. Two streams ran parallel. Two sets of shadows overlapped. By evening, I realized we had not fired a single shot since entering the woods. The hunters never lifted their rifles, never tracked prints, never even seemed to notice the deer that crossed our path. Their eyes followed me, not the forest. And when we sat by the fire that night, they arranged themselves in a circle around me, as though waiting for instruction, or perhaps waiting for permission. I tried to eat, but my appetite was gone. The venison tasted of iron and ash. My hands trembled, though I held them steady by force. One of the copies leaned forward, the firelight painting his face in a way that left no doubt. It was my face, wholly mine, staring back at me with a patience that made my skin crawl. "You've always been here," he said. The words were mine, spoken in my exact tone, but I had not moved my lips. I swallowed, the heat of the fire stifling. "What are you?" They did not answer. They only smiled, the same thin smile I had seen in mirrors after too many nights alone in these woods. Sleep never came. When I closed my eyes, I saw my own face leaning closer, multiplied, blurred like reflections in broken glass. I dreamed of cairns stacked higher than trees, each stone bearing my features, each tower swaying as though alive. The next morning, I could not find my boots. They had been replaced with another pair, identical in size and wear, but not mine. The leather felt wrong, too stiff, as though newly made. The laces were tied in knots I did not use. I slipped them on anyway, but the ground beneath them felt unfamiliar, as though the earth no longer recognized me. We walked again deeper. My compass spun, and when I tried to orient by moss or sun, I found contradictions. The moss grew on every side of trunks. The sun seemed to rise from every horizon. My sense of direction unraveled like old rope. At midday, I stopped at a stream to drink. I bent low, cupped water in my hands, and froze. The reflection staring back at me was not my own. It was fractured, blurred, shifting between four versions of me. The copies stood behind me, watching silently, their reflections merging with mine, until I could not tell where my face ended and theirs began. I staggered back, spilling water down my shirt. My throat was dry, but I dared not drink again. That evening, we camped beside a clearing where an old stone wall stood, moss thick and broken, settler ruins long abandoned. The hunters gathered close, their faces glowing orange in firelight. For the first time, I noticed small details that unsettled me further: the scar on my hand, the line across my eyebrow, the freckle at my jaw. All of them bore these marks now. They were not just similar, they were perfect replicas. One of them, perhaps Donnelly, if that name still meant anything, spoke softly. "You don't need to guide anymore. You're already here." The others nodded, smiling with my smile. I shook my head. "We're leaving tomorrow. I'll find a way." But the moment I said it, the woods seemed to answer. A gust of wind pressed through the clearing, carrying whispers that tangled in the branches above. The fire guttered, sparks swirling upward like frantic insects. The copies leaned closer, their bodies shifting in unison. "You'll never leave," they whispered, all at once, in my voice. "You belong." I turned away, closing my eyes, refusing to look at their mirrored faces. My breath came fast, shallow. I dug my nails into my palms to feel something real. That night the forest did not sleep. I heard footsteps circling the camp, though no one moved. I heard my own voice calling from beyond the tree line, echoing back, drawing me toward the dark. I stuffed my ears with cloth, but the sound seeped through, vibrating in bone and blood. By dawn I could barely hold myself together. My clothes felt looser, as though my body itself were shrinking or shifting. When I touched my face, my skin seemed unfamiliar, my jaw sharper, my eyes set deeper. The men, no, the things, looked more like me than I looked like myself. I tried to lead them out. I chose a direction and forced them forward, refusing to stop. We stumbled over roots, waded through streams, climbed ridges until our legs shook. But each time, we returned to the same clearing, the same ruined wall, the same circle of moss where our fire had burned. The men laughed when they saw it again, not cruelly, not mockingly, only with a knowing acceptance, as though this outcome had always been certain. That evening, I refused to light a fire. I sat in darkness, watching their faces glimmer in the dim starlight. Their eyes reflected pale and cold, like mirrors catching faint light. I hugged my knees to my chest, my skin crawling with the sense that I was dissolving into them, piece by piece. When one of them reached for my hand, I recoiled. But his grip was firm, his skin warm, his touch identical to mine. He leaned close, whispering words that froze me to the marrow. "You're almost ready." I did not sleep at all that night. I sat rigid, staring into the dark, my mind looping over those 3 words. You're almost ready. Ready for what? My body felt foreign, as if I had been misplaced inside it, the wrong soul sewn into the right skin. Every time I brushed a hand over my face, I expected the features to be gone, peeled away, leaving me blank. The 4 men, if I could still call them that, slept soundlessly around me. Their chests rose and fell with the rhythm of my own breath. When I exhaled, they exhaled. When I blinked, they blinked, even in sleep. The forest held us in perfect stillness, the air so thick I thought the leaves themselves were listening. At dawn, I tried again to leave. I did not announce it. I simply shouldered my pack and stepped into the trees. The others rose silently, following me without question, their footsteps echoing mine exactly. Each crunch of leaf, each snap of twig came at the same instant, as though the woods had become an endless hall of mirrors. I pushed hard. I chose directions without thought, driven by desperation rather than instinct. The ridges rose and fell, the hollows folded in, the streams bent against themselves. By midday, my legs shook with exhaustion, but the wall was there again. The same moss-streaked ruin, the same circle of ground where ash lingered from old fires. One of the copies smiled at me. "You see, we can't leave." His voice was mine, and the others repeated his words a beat later, 4 echoes chasing one another into silence. I screamed then. I dropped my pack, hurled it into the clearing, and screamed until my throat tore raw. The forest absorbed the sound, feeding it back in warped layers. I heard my own cry bouncing between trunks, lower, older, until it was not a human voice at all, but something animal, something ancient. The men did not flinch, they only watched, patient as stone. That night, they built the fire themselves. They gathered wood in silence, arranged it in the precise pyramid I always built, struck sparks in the way I had taught them. I sat apart, shivering though the flames licked high. My skin felt stretched, my reflection fractured. When they began to speak, it was not conversation but chant. My name, over and over, rippling like water over rocks. Tessamaro, Tessamaro. My stomach twisted. My pulse thundered in my temples. They were not calling me. They were summoning me, dragging me from myself, peeling away the pieces of who I thought I was. I clamped my hands over my ears, but the chant seeped into my bones. I whispered to myself, desperate, reciting the trail rules, the survival codes, the old mantras I had lived by all my years as a guide. Mark your trail. Keep your fire small. Trust your bearings. Do not follow echoes. Do not. The last rule faltered. I could not remember it. The forest had stolen even that. At some point, exhaustion dragged me into a half-sleep. My dreams were worse than waking, endless mirrors, faces multiplying, cairns rising into towers that scraped the stars. My own reflection leaned out of the glass, its mouth stretching too wide, whispering, almost ready. When I woke, the fire was embers. The men were standing, all 4, in a perfect square around me. Their eyes shone pale, their faces my own. One stepped forward, extended his hand. "It's time." I shook my head, stumbling back. "No, I'm not." But when I lifted my hands, I saw they were not mine anymore. The scar was gone. The lines of wear from years of guiding vanished. They were smoother, sharper, like the faces before me. I gasped, clutching at my skin, but the change was too deep for touch. They closed in. My breath broke into ragged gasps, and I fled. I don't know how long I ran. Hours, perhaps. My boots tore through underbrush, branches whipped my face, stones cut my hands. But the forest bent with me, folding its paths into loops. Wherever I turned, I glimpsed them just behind me, 4 identical faces moving without effort, their steps perfectly in time with mine. Finally, my strength gave out. I collapsed in a hollow where the ground sloped soft with pine needles. My chest heaved, my vision blurred. I pressed my face into the earth, trying to smell something real. Dirt, sap, rot. But even the scent was wrong, sweet and sharp, like my own sweat magnified. When I rolled onto my back, they were there. All 4, staring down at me with calm patience, as if they had been waiting for this surrender. One knelt, his face inches from mine. My face. He smiled gently, almost tenderly. You belong here now. The forest keeps what it loves. Tears burned in my eyes. I don't want this. I'm me. I'm Tessa. He tilted his head, and the others mirrored the gesture in perfect unison. You are, and so are we. I tried to argue, to fight, but my voice faltered. The words tasted wrong, empty of weight. And when I looked at them, at myself, felt a fractured, a piece of me peeling away, joining them. The last thing I remember before blackness claimed me was the sight of 5 shadows on the ground, though only 4 figures stood above me. When I woke, I was back at the ruined wall. The fire pit glowed with new embers. My pack was beside me, neatly arranged. The men were gone. At first, I thought I was free. My body felt lighter, stronger. My reflection in the water nearby was sharp again, familiar. I wept with relief, splashing my face, whispering my name to prove it was mine. But then I noticed something. When I smiled, the water smiled back a fraction too late. When I blinked, the reflection lingered, eyes open, before catching up. And in the distance, faint through the trees, I heard it, my own voice, chanting, multiplied, echoing in endless patience. Tessa Marrow. Tessa Marrow. I should have felt horror. Instead, a terrible calm settled in me. My heartbeat slowed to match the rhythm of the chant. My breath fell into sync. The forest was no longer foreign. It was mine. Or perhaps I was its. I do not guide hunts anymore. I wait. Sometimes hikers stray too deep, or hunters wander from their trails. They find me here, and I smile, and I lead them on. And each morning, their faces look a little more like mine.